Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Today is October the 6th. The year is 2024 on the ancient moon calendar, 2025 on the ancient sun calendar, 5785 on the ancient Hebrew Israelite calendar, and 10,066 on the ancient Yoruba calendar. And those are just some of the calendars. Islam. All rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity and in alignment and accordance with the ancient Noahide laws as stated by this Holy Congress. This is a sovereign living ancient Article 3 Moorish American Al-Moroccan Universal Court action. We are the sovereign living justices and Ego Sum Pauline Denise Ritchie. My free chosen sovereign appellation is Light Tajiri Bay. All are in capitis diminutio nolo in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio haberes. We are capit et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the lawful and legal, living, natural head and body for our empire. All Moors are the ascendants of the ancient pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Shemites, Cushites, Hittites, Israelites, and Hamathites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original indigenous, natural divine, sovereign ancient empire state for Morocco, which is the Moroccan Empire. We are the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We are ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the Universal Moorish American Consulate and the Earthwide Article 3 Moorish American Consular Court. Today, we are the law by our sovereign status, which is the original indigenous, natural divine, sovereign ancient, Article 3 Living United States District for Columbia Court, and we are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, trustees, divine ministers, possessors, grantors, grantors, and the titled trustors for all causes for action. We are peace. We are one nation, one state, one empire, and one God. We hereby recognize ourselves, and we accept our divine sovereign ascension. We do possess in our custody all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. We, the true living God nation, are not at war, and we demonstrate all eternal, ancient, original sovereign rights at this time, and at all points in time, nunc pro tunc. We will share our screen at this time so that we can commune with one another. And let's see, just one minute. Hopefully you can see what is on the screen. Just one moment. Let's get these web controls going. We are going to go ahead and lock the meeting so that we can commune together as well. Islam. Okay. And then we'll take the meeting out of lecture mode and put it into a mode where we can all speak. Islam. So the first topic that we will to state for the record is that we will to welcome everyone to the roaring, prosperous 20s as we rise. There is a prophecy that has been given for our nation, and particularly for those active Moors who've been working and doing things, demonstrating your status at every, all the time. Because your works are perfect, and if you'll remember, we spoke about perfect instruments. Because your works are perfect, you will not see the devastation and chaos that is coming upon those who refuse to get into their proper status and person. That devastation and chaos will not come near you. You have emerged and come out of her being the false mother. You will not fall victim to her plagues. You have lifted yourselves above the chaos and war. Please take the time, and this is a different part, this is a suggestion by us. Please take the time to hear our great Sheikh, Tajiri Bey, regarding, he spoke about several different things, one of those being depopulation enactments and things of that nature. And what we will do is, here, we will put this link in the chat. There is another link that's there. Please don't put, yeah, okay, thank you for that. So I'm putting the link in the chat right now for, so that, just a moment. Yeah, I'm putting the link in the chat so that you can get the link of our great Sheikh, Taj Tariq Bey, at House of Reawakening Minds this past Friday. And he was talking about the events that are happening in the funny mirror. Just a moment. And so we will that everyone is able to just take some time to look at that particular video. So that you can see what he says about those things, about what's being shown in the funny mirror, because it's a funny mirror. It's not really, that is not really us. That doesn't have anything to do with us. Although some may think that it does. So, just one moment. Okay. Okay, I did just put this link in the chat. Take heed to the prophecy. Take heed to the prophecy. And, we're not boogeyman type, crazy, strange, weird, way out there people. When we hear a word and it resonates from our spirit, we just give it. We just give it. So when this prophecy talks about your works being perfect, here's the definition of a perfect instrument. For all of those who have recorded instruments in our courts, which is actually you. You are the court. Moors, you've done perfect works. We are seeing that the maps are manifesting as they should. So while all of the things that were going on in the funny mirror were happening, all of the props are being moved out of the way, and our land is manifesting the way that it should. And we'll talk some more about that throughout this Congress. Empress Grace. So in our previous Congress, we talked about how we receive things from the subjects in the office of wherever our offices are, which is everywhere. We receive documents at the mailing location that the subjects in the office send to us from where Moors will send things out, and they'll send out demonstrations, and those demonstrations, while the Moors must demonstrate, we can offer suggestions to make your demonstrations more effective. And so since we've begun doing that, the subjects in the office of district court, county court, subjects in the office of clerks, and things of that nature, they've all begun sending things back to us so that we can assist you in more effective demonstrations. So we received a demonstration that our Empress Grace, and I won't state her whole appellation. Empress Grace is on the east. She's at the East Coast. And she will know who she is when she sees the demonstration, but we will to offer some assistance. So what happened was she sent a mailing out. And when the subjects in the office of looked at her mailing, and this happens quite often actually, there was no signature on the documentation, among other things. There were a couple of other issues with the mailing, but more importantly, the signature, the autograph is way important. That is top priority, because the autograph is your seal. But there was also something about the address that we will to point out. So we're going to show her demonstration so that you can see it. We'll show each of the different parts of her demonstration. Here. Let me just make sure you can see this. So, as you know, we are the post office, and everyone is aware of that. Okay? The subjects in the Office of Postal Service, they already know who we are. Everyone knows who we are. So, when we received this mailing, because see, they cannot speak to you all, you emperors and empresses, they cannot speak directly to you about what's going on with you, because they don't have authority to do that. Okay? They only speak to those that are at the same level as them. So they sent this to us knowing that we would be able to identify what the issues are and then put them forth. So this is what we received Empress Grace's demonstration in. They sent this. And as you can see, they've changed some things themselves here. And it says here, and let me just make this a little bit bigger, because they knew what she was doing. She was taxing them. She was taxing. And so they sent this to us so that we could assist her in doing so, because it is necessary that be done. And let us just say that even though they sent it here using a two-letter state which does not exist, we corrected that. We corrected that, and then whenever we give our signature, and all we're doing, we're not giving it to them, all we're stating is that we received and accept the mail, the mailing, the parcel. But we all rights perfected at all times. And we've now changed it from all rights exercised to all rights perfected at all times. So, so that they know that this is not anyone attempting to be a fake Internal Revenue Service. We are the Internal Revenue, and we stated that on the public record. And we're not their internal anything. We are our own, and they belong to us. And that's clear. That's very clear. So let me just show you briefly. This is that same envelope, but it's the rest of it. So can anyone who knows our process, because this is what they did. So some of you, when you send things out, sometimes you may get this right here. Can any one of you state why they would have sent this back? Because see, again, the system sent it back. It's system things that sent it back. There's no quote unquote writing on here. It's all, everything is system generated. Our system said, return to sender, unable to forward, return to sender. And then flow to manual processing. So again, we know it's a system. So can you look at the way that this is addressed and state what the issue might be according to our processes? Why are our systems said go ahead and, our system said go ahead and send it back, and then they will correct it. Islam.
Oh, go ahead.
Are you ready, sister?
Islam. Yes. So it reads United States Postal Service. Subjects in the office for the Postal Service, DeJoy Lewis. Well, in that first stanza, it's supposed to be United States Post Office, and we're speaking to subject in the office of, and then Lewis DeJoy. Because when you put the last name first and first name last, that's a war, military way of speaking. And so there's that. And then the zip code is in brackets, which is also military, and it's in its status tab stated here. So it just would have been better that you just left it off if the address had been properly stated. So it should read subject in the office of United States Post Office, Louis DeJoy, and then 4475 Lafayette, or is that even Lafayette? How you say that?
It's actually l'enfant, which means infant or baby, the baby. It's infant. It's but it's a French word, l'enfant. L'enfant.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah, that is wow. Yeah, it does say a lot.
Yeah.
And then it should be blue, because it's been properly, the whole post office has been properly stated. So blue ink instead of black, because they're not dead; they're subjects.
Yes. And then it should not be in capital letters. So so I'll state this correctly the way that it should be. It should be, and she could, and this, it should be in blue. Let me make sure I put it in blue. And this will assist anyone else who's doing these types of demonstrations. And she could say Postal Service.
Islam.
Because again, it's still a subject. Islam.
Should that be in the office of the United States Postal Service?
No, it's the Postal Service, but he's a subject there.
No, I mean, like, should it be in the office of the United States Postal Service, subject Dijon Lewis or whatever?
She could have said that. She could have said that. To shorten it and still be as effective, we just say subject, and then we say Louis DeJoy.
So we're putting the first name first and then the last name?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's not a military operation for us. It's
in blue.
And it's in blue. Yes.
Okay, so on the lien, that's when we put the first name first.
Yes. The first name last and last name first on lien.
Right. So, but when we're mailing it out, we would put it in blue and then the first name, then last name. Okay.
Yes. Plaza.
But so we're not using in the office of any longer?
That's how we refer to them all the time when we're speaking, all the time. And you can put that here if you will to put it there.
Yeah, I usually put it first.
Yeah. So you could say subject in the office of.
Your cult meetings are getting strong.
We love them. We love them. We love them. It's all right. They'll be all right. Let's see. I think. Let me just make sure. Islam. Okay. And so what we were doing is we are creating. I'm going to show you how we would do it. And yes, Justice Akil, that is one of the ways. Islam. On Plaza. And you all keep your energy and your peace, because peace is where the prosperity comes from. Islam. And then we would say Washington District. We can say District of Columbia or District for Columbia. And that's how we would correct that, the mailing. That our system will see it and our system will know that where this is to go. Okay? And when we do it, we just say subject and then put their name. Because see, when we name them, we give them a Christian name and a surname. Lewis is a Christian name and DeJoy is a surname. Okay? It's not a title of nobility. It's not that. Okay? So, let's see. Islam.
Will you restate what you just mentioned about the when we sent out the liens, the difference in the color of the text and all?
Yes, thank you for that, Empress. That's important. So when we were leaning, because see, this is subject status that you're looking at on the screen right here. But when we're leaning a corpse that has forgotten who we are, we remind them by using this is how we do it. U.S. Postal Service DeJoy Lewis doing business as, we could say CEO, we could say postmaster, but we put it in death brackets because that is not who that is. He's not a postmaster. And then we say we keep everything in all capital letters. Plaza, and they probably say, I think, Plaza Drive. So we leave it like that with a DR because no one knows what that means anyway. And then we say in black ink. Oh, you're going to go in black. Washington, D.C. 20020 or whatever it is. And we put that in death brackets also because that's a dead location. In other words, if mail tried to go there, it would be labeled as dead mail because this is not real. There's no such thing as a state or a city or a district called D.C. That doesn't exist. So when we're leaning, this is how we do it. And then when we once we've done the lien and put them in subject status, or if you're sending a lien, levy, and bond, then you would do it like it is in blue here. Because again, DeJoy, Lewis, that's a military name. It's a military name. And military occupation is what was being done when he was pretending to be a postmaster. That's why he wore a military uniform. But then once we leaned him, he took off the military uniform and started wearing a suit, a black suit.
Bullshit.
So then when he, you will see when he enacted going before Congress to quote unquote testify, which all of that was an enactment, he had on a black suit and a black tie and a white shirt like a butler, like a servant or a subject. Okay. And then after that, you didn't see him anymore. So when we lien actors acting as if they are us, they tend to immediately, and it happens all the time, they take off the military stuff and sit down somewhere with regular clothes on because, again, they're actors. Now, make no mistake about it, actors will act all the way out, whatever it is, when they are given the authority to do so by the Moors. But we've not given any of them that. And so, but we have to be competent to say that the right way. We can't just say it. Yes, we say it, but we have to back that up with liens, levies, bonds, the process of removal. from a fiat-based lost at sea name. See, that was the issue that I saw among the Moors when I first nationalized. Is Moors were saying, I told them I was a Moor and that they couldn't do that. Okay, that's true. You're right about that. That's true. But Moors are competent to demonstrate, and it's not even a demonstration, to activate the proper process whereby they will hear. Because see, they hear because they're commercial. They were commercial actors. So when you stop the commerce, they'll listen. And then you raise them from the dead and speak from the court, and they will hear. They won't just listen, they'll hear and do. But those have to be together. The paper process, the documentation process, your words coming from your court is how you sit them down and stop them from doing things and acting. That's how you do it. Some of those processes are, there are several different steps. If you'll notice, when we leaned, then it stopped the commerce, but there was still some stuff going and still actors still being animated in different places. So what did we do? We then not only leaned, we then levied, bonded, and then started speaking laws about behaviors. We started speaking laws about acting, and then we started demonstrating that everything belongs to us. That those are processes. It's not a process that Moors cannot do or cannot comprehend, because I'm watching Moors that they had labeled retarded and stuff. I'm watching them do the processes correctly. All over the place. All over the place. It's amazing to see the Spirit begin speaking through someone that they said couldn't even speak. That's actually happening because they're demonstrating, and the Spirit is going to honor that. We'll unlock the meeting. There's a request for that in the chat. We'll unlock the for just a moment. Yeah, Islam nobility in the chat. Thank you. Islam Empress.
I have another question as it relates to, since we're talking about the Postal Service. So I had sent a lien document to a specific area, which was in Arkansas, and I didn't put a zip code on it. And they were addressed to the same individual with the same address, and it was 2 envelopes, so they were separate. One was headed in the right direction, and the other one was going clear across to the west, going to California. So I called the Postal Service.
That's what they want you to do.
So I called them to let them know or ask them, why is this going that direction when it should be going someplace else? So the first representative that I talked to said she needed a zip code because she, asked for the address, location, and everything. So I gave her that, and she said, I need the zip code. And I said, I don't have a zip code. So she said, in order for me to help you, I would have to have the zip code. And I said, I don't have one. So when she insisted that I gave her a zip code, I asked for her superior in her office. So she put her on the line. When she got on the line, I didn't complain about what the previous representative said or did or anything. I just went ahead and notated what needed to be done and to ask her why. She didn't ask for a zip code. She asked me what was the situation. I shared with her what the situation was, and that was it.
Okay.
And I'm trying to think what else happened. Oh, yeah, okay. So now when her superior in her office got on the phone, she needed my physical address. She also said she needed my zip code. And I said, well, the zip code for that address is this.
Mhm.
And so she took that. But it was still kind of like, we need a zip code.
Mhm.
So that's kind of how that one ended. But they are in the process now of researching as to why one of those documents is headed in the right direction and the other one is going clear across to California.
Islam. So if I may, Empress, offer a few insights on that. What they did was they switched things so that you would say a zip code. They didn't care which zip code you said. They just wanted you to say a zip code. Okay. The reason why we don't call them to follow up on what the system is doing is for that very reason. All they wanted was for you to give them a zip code so that they could pretend to work for you instead of you working for yourself, instead of you demonstrating it for yourself.
Now that is funny.
Yeah.
That is funny because I did not give them a zip code for the item that was misdirected.
Everything that you did was what you should have done, knowing what you know.
Yes.
You did all the right things. Knowing what you know, you did all the right things. Our suggestion would be, when you see it going like that, that is beckoning you to call and speak to them so that they can switch places and take your authority.
Wow.
And so they know where it's supposed to go, because the system knows where it's supposed to go. Okay? And so in the past, when I've seen anything like that, what I do is nothing about that. I let it go where it's going, because I know that the moment you give it to them, it's considered by law and legally as having been served to whoever it is that's supposed to have it. It's called the mailing rule and the posting rule. Anything, when you hand it to the post office, the postal service, the post office, when you hand it to the post office, particularly using our mailing process, it is considered delivered. So let's take a look really quickly at the posting rule. Let's look at that really quickly. The mailing rule, we talked about this. It's called, the mailbox rule. Here it is. Also known as the posting rule, is a contract law principle that states an offer is accepted when the offeree mails their response, not when the offerer receives it. So even if the offerer never receives it, whoever it is, the offeree, whoever it is, or whoever you're commanding, doesn't matter whether they receive it or not. What matters is, did you mail it? This rule applies to other forms of communication such as email, fax, telegram, as long as the response is irrevocable once sent. So as long as your command is irrevocable once sent, then it's considered the law. For us, the law. It's the law. When we issue something out and we get it to the post office, it's the law. It's really the law when we sign it, because that means it's filed in our courts. But then we're notifying by sending it out. And so it doesn't matter whether they receive it or not. It's considered accepted by the one we sent it to. And that is because of the status of the post office. The post office is an agent for us. So when you get it to the post office, that's like handing it to a courier and saying, go give it to whoever we say give it to. It's already the law. It's just a matter of them getting it. And eventually they will get it. Even though the computer said it was going west, it was really going where it was supposed to go. It's just they wanted you to pick up the phone and call them so that they could do what, get you to say a zip code so they can then use it. That's why she asked, where are you?
So that's okay. I kind of thought that there was a slight game going on.
It was. But it's not anything for you to worry about. It's just for you to know and notice.
Perfect. Because that's why I brought it here, because I wanted to, I wanted your instruction on and whatever it was that you needed to give to me and what is it you see. So because my first thought was, leave it alone, it will eventually get there.
It will.
Okay.
It will, and as you can see, here's the thing, even with the green return receipts, many green return receipts I did not get back. That doesn't mean they're not still responsible for the information, though. It doesn't matter whether I get the green return receipt back. I sent it. See, in the Biblios, the Savior just sends the word. Doesn't matter about anything else. Just send the word and it's done.
Now, what about, I wouldn't say undeliverable, but a second attempt, because I sent a lien, and I think this domicile is in a pre-foreclosure state. And so it gave me the appearance that the occupants may have moved out because of the process, which is, okay, if it's going to go to a pre-foreclosure, then it alarmed them to say, we better move out because we can't pay and blah, blah, blah. Okay? So they didn't get it, and so it's really saying to me...
Don't say they didn't get it. Don't say they didn't get it. They got it. They got it.
Right, and that's what I was kind of thinking, okay, even though it's stating that it's now a second attempt, my thought, I was thinking, well, maybe I need to resend it.
I will say this, Empress, if your spirit says resend it, resend it. That's if your spirit says so. My spirit is really comfortable with, when I get it to that post office, it's done. I'm really comfortable with that because the law says that. But again, and that's why we only give suggestions instead of instructions. We just give suggestions, and you let your spirit determine how you take in the information and how you use that information.
Correct.
Just let your spirit, you're going to do the right thing, Empress, because your heart is pure.
And so while we're still on that subject, so here's the thing. So I went to, I drove by the domicile today. So I said, I just want to look at it. I just want to look and see, okay, is anybody there? Whatever. And so I just drove by. I didn't get out or anything, and I saw two vehicles. It's like, okay, well, they're going to have to get out of my domicile. So then I was thinking, okay, so then if they're still there, quote unquote, then let me resend it so they can go pick it up. But then, like what you were saying, with the second attempt, they still are responsible for going to pick that up.
Yes.
They still responsible.
If a sheriff, quote unquote, sent something, an eviction notice, if they sent it and nobody picked it up, are they still going to be evicted by those processes in that enactment?
They will still be evicted.
They don't care whether they pick it up. They don't care whether they take it. Like if fake sheriffs were in the previous era enactment, they would tape a note to the door and say, you have 3 days to get out. They didn't care whether the wind blew that note away or not. They didn't care about any of that. They didn't care about that.
So this leads me to my next question, which is, okay, because I saw 2 vehicles there, now I'm like, okay, how do you get rid of the squatters?
So let me say this about that, because that's really a great question, and it's important that all Moors who are doing that demonstration know this. First and foremost, generally, it's not going to be you who goes over there and get rid of them. Okay, you have people for that. This is what we're seeing about that process. When the process is perfected and completed, the people just leave. We're seeing that everywhere. The people they just decide that they're not going to fight anymore and they leave. Then the spirit will say to you, now go and just look. Don't do anything. Don't go in yet. Just look, because there's another step to the process, and that is notification of your presence, notification of entry. That's another part of the process. So right now, what you're doing, Empress, and again, the ancestors will grant us grace wherever we are. If you're at an apartment and you don't want to be there, or whatever the case may be, you want this domicile, the ancestors will that we exercise patience and competence in that whole process, and just let the ancestors do what they do best, which is move fakes out of the way. They know they're unlawfully occupying. But see, there's still parts of the process that have to be known for sure about where you are. And this goes for everyone. And we're going to talk more, we're going to share some light on that process, on that part of the process today, because it became even clearer to us. And we've been doing this for 7 years. And one of the most basic, simple principles became very clear to us just since yesterday. So will it take that long for you all? No, because it won't. However, be patient, Empress. Keep a watch, keep an eye, and continue demonstrating your documentation. Your documentation now is most important, and who you notify, which subjects in the office of you notify, and all of that, because the administrative process is what the legal system is. The legal system honors the ministerial process.
We see evictions and
make sure that you know that process. So again, Empress, they know they have to leave too. It's something in them telling them that they're going to have to get out of there. There's something in them already saying they're going to have to get out of there. When and how that happens is up to you. When and how that happens is up to you. The principles for the administrative process will be honored by you, and then it will be done. So we state to study what sheriffs, quote unquote, look for when they go to evict. Study that part. And we've looked at it before, the quote unquote sheriff's manual. Look at that to see what the system is looking for in order to get an eviction accomplished. That's our suggestion for that demonstration. Patience, and then continuing to study the process.
Islam.
Those addresses That's a very important part of the process. That's really, the address is as important as jurisdiction and all of that, because it is jurisdiction. Knowing that is going to be major, major, major. And we're going to explain more about that in just a moment. We're going to just talk about what we came to know this past weekend in our demonstration as well. That made our demonstration so much more successful. So when I know that I've done the mailing process correctly, I don't worry about what the system says. And as it turns out, when I stopped worrying about what the system says, green cards started coming back on time like they're supposed to. The mailings got where they were going in 3 days or less. Things got so much easier when I decided not to worry about it, but just make sure that my process is correct. Because that's what this is all about. Really, our system recognizes process. So with that being stated, just one moment.
Islam, Empress.
Islam nobility.
If you would, before you, could you go back to that lien process?
Sure.
That you had. One second. My question is dealing with the personal and real estate, real property liens. I've got air property and got to lien my siblings, and I want to do this right. So my question is, will you have United States Postal Service just do my vehicle? Would the vehicle go in the United States Postal Service, or would it? So who? I'm trying to identify who's who. Mm-hmm. Who's doing business as if I lien my vehicle, my personal property? So who is making claims on it, or who would attempt to make claims on it? Gotcha. Okay, state. Mm-hmm. Fake state, fake policy enforcers, fake loan places, fake. Those are the ones. Okay. Now, we would suggest, with regard to liening, you said you were going to lien your kin. Is that correct? Is that what you said? Yes, that's correct. Okay. Yes, we have air property. Okay. Hear me when I say that before you do any liens, know that you are not liening them. You're liening fake names pretending to be them. Islam. That is so important, especially when you're talking about your own bloodline and birthright. That's important to know. Because sometimes there is animosity in families, and I'm not saying this is the case with you, but sometimes Moors will use the lien process thinking, and they'll aim the lien process at their brothers and sisters when that's not who they're leaning. When they're competent, they will know that's not who they're leaning. This particular, even with this that's on the screen, this is not the name of the one with the heartbeat named Louis DeJoy. His name is not DeJoy, Louis, in all capital letters in black ink, as done by foreign alien commercial mercenaries. That's not who he is. He's a subject on the land of the Moors. He is Louis DeJoy. So we're not mad at him. We're removing the ability of foreign commercial mercenaries to use him improperly. That's what's really happening. And so when it comes to liens and your kin, just know that you're not leaning them and their faces. You're leaning a name that is fraudulent and dead, a straw man,
that is not alive. It's like leaning a scarecrow that's pretending to be them.
Islam. Misstatement on my part.
No, I mean, I'm speaking to everyone with this. I'm not just speaking to you. I'm speaking to everyone, and this is for everyone to know, because we're not to be at war with our families either, Moors, our kin, no matter what's going on, no matter who left the house to who and all of that, because we've heard that before. Don't be mad at your kin. They've been colonized. Don't be mad at them, and they're still dealing with the programming, and most of them don't even know their programs. So,
Islam, quick question. So,
Islam.
With the question that he just asked, that's kind of like where I am, and so I think what I'm trying to find out, and the question I'd like to ask is, so when there's property involved, are we leaning, and does it make sense that we're leaning the property and not necessarily leaning them, even though their name is on the property and we got to send it to them?
Is it their name, or is it the name slapped on them and calling them black?
And that I have to go back and check, because like you're saying, if it's a name that was slapped on them, then it's going to be in all caps.
Of course.
So I have to go back and check.
And when you go to that quote-unquote tax assessor website, you'll see it in all caps.
Killing Negroes, it hasn't worked yet, and it's never going to work.
It's
never going to work.
So then I'm slightly confused. So then, actually, what I'm hearing you to say then, this is what I think I'm hearing you to say, which is, don't worry about it, leave it alone.
What I'm saying is, you must lean to all caps in black ink that was issued by a false mother. You must lean that.
Oh, okay.
Starting with the one of that where they were claiming that you were the corpse. So you start with leaning that thing. Then you'll know, and when you understand why you're leaning that and creating one anew, then you'll understand why it's important to all names must be leaned.
And that
was issued by fraud.
Oh yes, and that's why Raymond pays the taxes on
all names. All of them.
Okay.
I had to do it for everybody around me.
And it brings clarity for me on what it is I am actually doing, and to pay attention to what I'm doing. Yes. So not just haphazardly, okay, put that name there, and and you think you're leaning the straw man, and you're not even leaning the straw man. So make sure that I am leaning the straw man.
Yes. And you will know that because it'll be in black ink and capital letters as issued by someone on some paper that you didn't write.
Correct. Okay.
This, and let me just add a little more clarity to that. This Louis DeJoy right here in blue ink, this is a subject of ours that is a probably a good person. He's probably a good guy, but not this one here. This one here is a military. It was pretending to be a military occupant occupying our land unlawfully.
Oh shit!
So they're not even the same. They're not even the same. They're not the same person. One is a dead one, and the other one is a living subject. Truth. One is dead and one is living. All of my kin are living. They just don't know it yet. Not all of them. Some of them do. Others still think that if a fake court sends a warrant with a name that sounds like theirs and looks like theirs in black ink and capital letters, that they have to go.
Islam, if I may.
Islam, Empress.
Islam, everyone. To also, if I may simplify a little more, is looking up the definition of what a corporate person is. Reading that definition, making you understand what a corporate person is, how a corporate person functions, and then so when you go to lien corporate persons, and then you are making the distinction between a corporate person and a living.
Thank God Ravana's a lesbian, so
and or a subject. So also when it comes to property, addresses are corporate persons because it's a person, place, or thing. That's what a person is, and that was something they gave you. That's little the truth they gave when we was going to the foolery system. At least myself, anyway. I learned that. Anyway, so when it comes to property, in all property, it's best you find all information regarding the object that you are seeking to bring into your jurisdiction, because that's what a lien also does. You go and take all information you can find, and knowing that it is a thing, you go and state it as the liening information here. So let's say you are liening a property and it is 123 State Road at Islip, New Jersey. Okay, and that 123 is a thing. So you would put that where you would see DeJoy's name, and then you would it would be doing business as a mailing location, and it would be also doing business as a corporate person also, and it will be when you start thinking about all the ways that it will be doing business as a tax, because a zip code will be attached to that, so it will be a tax map and a 14th. Thank you, Nate, Justice Nate. A 14th Amendment citizen. Really, that's what the address would be doing business as, a 14th Amendment citizen. So, and then also if you have what is it called, a parcel number or a block and lot number, those are also persons and also are corporate fictions as well. So when you were saying you have to go look and see, if it's not been properly stated, it's a person, corporate person, and it's a corporate entity. And so you have to put it in your jurisdiction regardless and bring it into your jurisdiction so then you can properly govern it. Islam.
And I say gratitude for that, Empress.
Islam, indeed. Islam. So this is before leaning right here. Oops. This is before leaning, and then this one is after you. Because see, when you lean them and you do away with the deadness, and then you raise the subject up and say, okay, now I can give you commands and you will hear me. Because see, the dead cannot hear. But the living can hear. A lien is not you speaking to them, a lien is identifying them properly as dead. Then you can speak to them with a bond, a levy, or some other whatever it is. But you have to know when you pick up the phone, and see, our subjects can hear our words on paper. Okay? They can hear our words on paper. When you pick up the phone, generally, and I'm finding out that now that they know now, but in the past, you would pick up the phone and call someone and they would behave like one of these, like they were occupying unlawfully and trying to get you into subject status to them. They want you to be in subject status, and they want to do the court action on you and ask you the questions instead of you asking them the questions. So I'm grateful for these questions because this right here is jurisdictional, and it is one of the keys to access to the estate. Okay. Excuse me. Islam nobility.
I guess kind of like this question is a little different. If you were trying to lien by sheriff's cell domicile, how exactly would you do that? Would you, because you know on the sheriff's cells they got a lot of the information, but they saying that, say for instance, they'll say the seller is the sheriff, but there's no name for the sheriff that's actually going to do the sale, but they have a number. So would you just lien the sheriff's cell number?
I would lien the sheriff's cell number, and I would also the quote-unquote sheriff's cell number, and then I would also lien the actor acting as sheriff by looking up who is that acting as sheriff, because somebody enacted that paperwork.
Right. They just don't have that name on it, but I do know who is the actual sheriff for that department in this county.
Who's acting as sheriff? Then okay.
Yeah, who's acting as sheriff? That's
who you lien. Put them on every one of them.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. They're going to basically first. Okay.
Because
that was my question.
The only reason he's acting is because the Lord has not said, I have returned and you don't have to act anymore. I'm here.
I've leaned the sheriff for the acting sheriff.
But you keep calling him a sheriff. That's the issue.
Okay. Acting sheriff. I lean the acting sheriff, the actor. They never respond. So
Islam.
I have to.
An unrebutted affidavit stands and is the law, correct? Yeah, an unrebutted affidavit stands and is the law. Now there's the next part of that process. The next part of the process, for example, if it's a domicile, is levy and bond, and then title, and then create a deed, a trust deed, and then make sure that there is some type of a payment or exchange on the public record.
Right.
And then make sure that there's no one in it. You have to do the eviction process, okay, because you're the sheriff. It's a ministerial process. You notify them twice in writing. You just send it by mail twice in writing that whoever is there or whoever is unlawfully occupying has been evicted. And you don't have to give them 30, 60, 90 days. They weren't supposed to be there in the first place because they're not in the proper status.
Okay.
So for everyone who's ever been through that enactment of eviction, you know the process already. So just do that process. And for those who have not been through that process, look in the sheriff's manual. and then restate the process. Going to be very important that that process be restated, and we'll tell you why in just a moment. So let's move on to the big, giant question. Without looking it up, or with looking it up, what is the difference between onshore and offshore? For those who are familiar with these terms in finance and banking, you've heard people say in the past that they went to this place, they flew to this place or that place and opened an offshore account. Does anybody know the difference between onshore and offshore?
Islam.
It's jurisdiction. Because when you think of somebody saying, let's say they went to, where do some people go? Jamaica or wherever for an offshore bank. They're looking for external jurisdiction from the corporate veil, as it were, from the corporate United States of America. They're looking for some type of loophole in that regard. Offshore banking versus onshore banking would be the other jurisdiction that most people would try to evade, which would be like one here, which would be when the tax money mirror, which would be a domestic bank. So a domestic bank versus a foreign bank, onshore and offshore.
That's so good, Empress. That's so good, because it's going to assist in demonstrating this process, this case, this. Let me ask each one of you to think about this question. For all of those who had or have a bank account, even if it's from the previous era or a restated one, any kind of banking, any kind, let me ask you, were you doing onshore banking or offshore banking?
That's a mixed bag trick question.
Islam.
Islam and Prashasha.
And Prashasha here. Yeah. Well, I would say, I'm going to state that it would be offshore banking, because really, in truth, I wasn't doing any banking. It was all fraudulent and imposter. So it was offshore, out in the sea, out away from the shore.
Yes.
I affirm.
And that's why, well, I mean, since I've come into the knowledge, thanks to this platform and other things, of course, but I recognize that none of that was mine. I didn't create it. I wasn't the author of it. The name was not my nature, all of those things. So, and I have an understanding of offshore banking, as Empress Angel stated. It is usually, well, the purpose of it is to hide assets or fiat. And so it is it's the de facto system. So it makes sense. I mean, I've never been asked the question before, of course. But,
no, of course, because you weren't supposed to think about it like we're going to talk about it today. You are not supposed to know this.
Ever. I mean, that's right. I was never supposed to know that the banking system was not my banking system. I mean, any of what we are now knowing. Yeah. Mm.
Well, the system is yours, Empress, and that's why they didn't want you to know this.
The system is mine, yes, absolutely. Yes. But the overlay, the occupation, the turnaround, the trading places, yes.
Yes.
It is, yes, and as you just said, trading places.
Yes.
Yep.
The bait and switch. So, because I had stated earlier, pardon.
The topsy-turviness of it all.
Yes, it was all a hot mess.
A hot mess. Yep.
Listen. Okay,
Islam.
now let me ask you, Islam Empress.
Yes. Also, so how I'm now processing this whole thing. So the question, as it stated, is the funny mirror process of, like I just explained. So in the proper mirror, our living mirror, we are the onshore, as the de jure land jurisdiction, and the offshore is the funny mirror. As Empress Sasha just stated, it was the bait and switch of the enactment, because an offshore bank, from our de jure perspective, is the funny mirror, because they're at sea, they're offshore, they have no, they're not moored to the land. They're the ones dead and lost at sea. So that would be the offshore banking. So from that perspective, from the funny mirror perspective, we was always doing offshore banking. We was not doing de jure onshore banking. But onshore banking now, as I continue to processing this, is, as we stated, land jurisdiction, and how at New York, land jurisdiction, have properly stated, New York being on the land, that is onshore. It's moored to the land, and so anything that is done is onshore, and the entities that have yet to be addressed properly from the bank courts that we are is offshore. This one.
Islam. So, can anyone state the process of being onshore or offshore? It's not a long process. What's the process?
Islam.
Islam Empress.
Well, first we'd start with status, nationality.
Yes.
To be onshore, that immediately we must
yes.
Do that. And then lien, levy, bonds, nationalize our resources, nationalize the entities, and create everything that goes on that then speaks to the system.
That's so beautiful.
I yield.
And that is absolutely 100% correct. So, let's talk about this. Onshore means something, listen to this, and I just Googled this, you all. Something is located on land or on or near the shore. While offshore means something is located outside of one's home country. You see the difference there? It didn't even say that it was located away from the land and out in the sea. It didn't say that. It said outside of one's home country.
Diversity of jurisdiction, citizenship. And you can be in one room with two people and having different jurisdictions, not being in the same place.
How? What makes the difference, though? Because, see, when we know that, we nip this thing in the bud.
How
Empress
stated, we have to. Oh, is she speaking? Go ahead, Empress Sasha.
No. That was it. I was just repeating what you are or stating the same as your status. It's immediately it would be status.
Yeah. So you would have to state the jurisdiction, being on the land, and nationalizing the resource. You know, everything that is the wash, rinse, and repeat statement that would be applied to that for the remedy, because you would make the distinction by simply pronouncing the jurisdiction of nationality, personam jurisdiction, and stating that you're on the land, and anything that you are dealing with is on the land.
Wait a minute. Let me interject here with that, because see, I thought the same thing, Empress. That when I declare that I'm on the land, then all my stuff automatically came with me. You know, all my services, my communication device, cell phone, you know, internet. I thought all of that came with me when I came, but it didn't.
No, it don't. You have to bring it with you.
You have to.
Oh, that would be like in the Noah and the ark, when he had said build the ark to Noah, and then he said go get everything and bring it 2 by 2, and it wasn't going to be saved unless it was brought onto the ark. Would it be saved from the flood?
So how did I do that? Okay, let's read further here. Onshore refers to business operations that take place within the same country. For example, now this is a crazy example and it doesn't make sense. For example, a U.S. company that outsources to a location within the U.S. is considered onshore, while a U.S. company that outsources to a location in India or the Philippines is considered offshore. And then they're shifting you over to banking and finance because it's important. Offshore refers to areas where regulations are different from the home country. Offshore locations are often island nations where corporations, investments, and deposits are set up. Deposits, that's the money and the interest. Onshore wind farms are located on land, while offshore wind farms are located off the coast. Both types of wind farms use similar technology to generate electricity, but they differ in size, scale, and how the electricity is transferred. What am I saying here? What I'm saying is, Islam, Empress.
Islam. I'm what I'm hearing is we're talking about currency. I mean, the energy, the wind, all of those things, but it's about jurisdiction. It's about jurisdiction. It's about foreign and domestic.
Yeah, it's about that.
And then you said it's the energy is the same, but how it is. What was, can you repeat that?
It said how the electricity is transferred. So they differ in size, scale, and how the electricity is transferred.
And that's transmitting utility. I mean, that's what I'm seeing. The
Yes.
vessel that then carries that energy and what jurisdiction is it in?
Yes. So we know that it's jurisdiction. Let me explain even further, heirs, from my own experience. Yesterday, I was speaking to a subject who was located in the Philippines yesterday. This particular subject, I was giving commands and speaking back and forth and always, again, as I'm speaking, I will always assert my jurisdiction, always. I do that first by asking, what is your name? And then if I feel them going off energetically and trying to assume some jurisdiction, I ask them again, what is your name? Because that always brings them back to where they're supposed to be, which is subject. Speaking to this subject, I began to question her, and she gave me some answers and responses that just about this very thing. One of the things that she assumed, because it was an assumption, it wasn't correct, and I did correct her. I asked her where she was. She said, I'm in the Philippines. And then she said, I'm onshore. And then she said, you're in the US and you're offshore. So I stopped her right there, because that was an assumption. And we know what assumptions do. They make an ass out of you and me. That's what the word assumption, when you spell it out, that's what it spells. And so I didn't want her to make an ass out of herself. So I corrected her and said, no, I'm not in the U.S. And she didn't hear me, or either she didn't want to hear me because she went on talking. And so I said it a little louder. I said, no, I am not in the U.S. And then she stopped what she was doing. She said, well, where are you? I said, I'm at ancient, and I said it 3 times because it's a spell. I am at ancient America, because I knew she would know what that meant. And she was quiet until I had to say something to get her to wake the heck up and speak and start saying some things and finish doing her job. She said, I wasn't even supposed to tell you that I'm in the Philippines. And I thought to myself, because you know you're not in the Philippines. You're not. You are an agent for the U.S. until I say otherwise. And that was what I was thinking, but I didn't say it. But when I think things in my spirit, it's as good as saying it, because as a man thinketh, so is he. So when she said that, it just really, when she said I'm onshore and you're offshore, I had to correct her. I said, no, that's not correct either. Because she wasn't reading out of a system. She just saw something that said whatever it said. And only when I corrected her did she have to correct her language and speak properly. So then the ancestors said, okay, do what you normally do when you get the feeling that you have right now, and do your research. So I started looking, searching. And the more she talked, the more I realized that, again, Morris, when you pick up the phone and call them, and I'm not saying don't do it. If your spirit says do it, call them. Just know what you're doing when you call them. When you pick up the phone and call them, if you don't do a court action on them, what is your name? And then you state who you are, and you state that you're the fiduciary and that you're the attorney, in fact, and that you're the chief justice for this account, and that this is an onshore Atland account. Then they will just assume that you're offshore, and they will deal with you like you're offshore. Let me tell you what changed when I told her that I was not in the United States. What changed was that she then had to switch and have me do everything that she was going to do. She was going to remotely tap in to whatever thing she was dealing with, we were dealing with, and she was going to make some changes and do some things. Well, when I said that, she couldn't do that anymore. So I had to do it. So guess what she did? She had my consort to get his phone and turn on the camera so she could see, and then I had to do it. So my hands had to do the work, not hers. She couldn't remotely do anything anymore, whatever she want to do. She couldn't remotely do it. I had to do it. So they've been treating us like we are offshore. So the more I looked into onshore, offshore, it became clear to me why she had to dial it back and have me do everything. The reason she had to dial it back was because I had already moved the account onshore, on the land. How did I do that? Let me show you how I did that. Morris, this is huge for me because it answered a question that I asked the ancestors yesterday morning. Yesterday morning, I asked our ancestors to just assist me in remembering that we're on our own ancient land. How I moved an account onshore is by posting the restated terms for service on the public record before going to get anything or going to do anything. I posted them on the public record before anything. And when I did that, it changed everything. It changed everything. Everything has changed. Because the account is now an on-land account, Atland account. And we say Atland, and I'll stop this video right here. We say Atland because that was the name anciently. They called it Atlantis. And they say Atlantis sunk into the sea, but before Atlantis sunk into the sea, it was this great and beautiful and massive and futuristic. It was like Wakanda. Until contracts started being created somewhere else instead of here. Because the one that I was speaking to from the Philippines, she said, and I'm just so grateful for having the conversation with her. Because I had to ask her what she even meant by onshore. She's onshore. What do you mean by that? Just a minute, Empress Shasha, just one moment. I had to ask her, what do you mean by that? She said, well, the contracts are legated here, like over there. I said, not this one. That's what I was thinking, not this one. I legated this one here on the land. So because the contracts are started here, that automatically puts us at land. Atlantis, at land. Those who are speaking to hotels and all these other entities, these subjects in the office of hotels and subjects in the office of, realtors and things, before you go anywhere doing anything, there should be a restated corporate policy, which you will call an Atland policy. All of their policies should be restated in your favor. And then you send it before you go. And then you bring a copy with you. And you state, and see, this is above the pay grade of them folks at the subjects at the front desk, but the ones that are the subjects in the office of manager and district manager and CEO, they all know what this means. Because even as I was talking to her, she knew what I was saying about what I was saying. We must restate the policies and state that this thing started here. Because remember, we all knew that supposedly everything started at Washington, D.C. That's what we said. That's what we were thinking because we were looking at that. It's unlocked nobility. We were looking at that and we were saying, man, they got everybody to sign up right there at D.C. That is offshore. That's why Puerto Rico. That's why they went over there and supposedly set things up at supposed Puerto Rico. And people were claiming that they could get a quote-unquote offshore account at Puerto Rico. And I'm thinking, what the heck are they talking about? They had all of that stuff switched up. And the U.S. it's offshore in the previous enactment. Offshore. Now it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. There's only subjects and us, and we've spelled everything out. Everything is here on the land. So Moors, listen to me. If you will to bring everything that you're doing onto the land, you must restate the policies. Take the time to do it. If you will to stay in hotels and things and use proper documentation and proper money, your money that you have access to, you must state all of that. And did you know, and this is starting to come through, that when you're doing things on shore and at land, you don't even really need any money. You can state what foreigners and subjects are supposed to pay. That's what the delarium is about. It's going to be stuff we say you got to use, that we produce. You must use that. You can't use something foreign, something that's not backed by anything but our rear ends. and we rebut that because it's not that. But that's what it felt like in the previous era. It's not that now. It wasn't that then, really. But they call it full faith and trust, or full faith and credit, rather. That's what they were calling it previously.
Islam,
Empress.
I just got excited, really, really excited, when you stated what you just stated, which is, if I can recall what you stated, which is, we shouldn't have to pay nothing, right?
Well, let me just say this. We have to give an account for the resources. We want a measuring stick of the resources, but that's all that was supposed to be anyway, is an accounting of it.
Exactly. So here's what I'm understanding you to say. So when we do an accounting of it, that just simply means we're going to put it in our spreadsheet and say that this is what happened and this was the amount and blah, 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 right?
That's called a receipt.
That's the receipt. I am in the middle of, did you say you changed it from demonstration to another name?
Action.
Action, okay. So then I am in the middle of an action. And this is what I am doing in this action, which is I'm not giving you anything. And the reason why is because I am the rightful owner, so therefore I owe you nothing. So then, wait.
For the sake of what you're doing, Empress, just make sure that you record the proper amounts, and then you offset what they're saying. You don't have to give it to them. You offset it, and an offset is just when two parties have a claim on something. They can agree to offset it. Well, they're not who they say they are. They're subjects, so they don't really have a claim to it.
Correct.
So it can be offset.
Right. But that's done on our spreadsheet.
Yes. And you have to just prove that you're keeping accurate records of the account.
Correct.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like where I am in that process, in knowing that I don't owe them anything.
You don't, but you must know the proper recording process. And
right.
You just described it, and you have to be able to state that, and also ensure that you know, because see, they're handling it. They handle things as if it's offshore. When it's not offshore, it's onshore. And again, the account may look offshore until you state that no, this one is onshore. And the way to prove that is you've rewritten the leasing and rental process or the buying process. You say this contract started on the land for that. That's the difference, is where the contract started. That's the difference between onshore and offshore.
Okay.
For example, my bank account. It seemed like it was offshore because someone else, a foreigner, was saying they have control over it. So what did I do? I restated and rewrote everything and uploaded it. And let me tell you what happened now. I did a lien on it and everything. Well, lien is a 90-day process where if it's not rebutted in that 90 days, that lien stands. It stands anyway with us instantly. But for the sake of the legal system, my access to the account was removed. And I thought it was permanent because I didn't realize that I had already won that one. And then after 90 days, it came back online and the spirit said, check it again and see. And when I checked it, I was able to doop, 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 and get in there and see. And then all of the access, I was able to edit and change things and do things differently and all of that. So,
quick question before you.
Yes.
Go. Is there a way that I can communicate with you deeper into my action off the Congress, and maybe we could come together?
Sure.
I would love to do that. I need to do that.
Sure. I will say this about all demonstrations where real estate is concerned. For example, if you are willing if it is your will to move into a place or something like that, for example, and let's just say apartment or condo, sample apartment lease agreement, then you will pull up a lease agreement and it's easy to just find one. Sample rental agreement, here's one. Or go to the place, wherever that place is, whoever is, whichever subject is acting as the leasing person or whatever. And now this is for people who are currently in apartments, and it doesn't matter whether you're having problems or not, this needs to be done immediately. Is that you get a copy of your lease agreement or rental agreement, scan it into the computer, and begin editing it in your favor. You must do that. And then call it something different. Don't call it a rental agreement because that's not really what it is. Call it, let's call it let's see if we can do a little something with this one here. I might have to download it first. Oh, nope, I can do it. Let's call it a domiciliary affidavit. A domiciliary affidavit. Something like that. And then start going through, and if they always started in all caps. So I would change that to in lowercase, not in lowercase, but in capitis diminutio minima. So that would be this agreement. And sometimes I use ancient English to get my things done. This agreement made this, and we change all of that, because right off the bat you can see that they are trying to establish custody by putting the date this way instead of putting the year first and then the month and then the day, and using abbreviations and things like that. You can see that already. And then they're saying $685 per month. So again, Moors, no matter where you are, you must bring the contract. You must create the contract at land. And here's another thing that I would do. At land domiciliary affidavit. And then in little letters right here, I would say this affidavit is created on at land and not offshore. So as we were previously doing things that we were doing in the previous era, that was the difference in offshore and onshore. They had us thinking we were onshore because we just went down the street. We didn't get in a boat and go nowhere, so we thought. But it was the contracts that were offshore contracts. Not just offshore, but lost at sea contracts. That's the difference and how you get things on how things are manifested at land. They say onshore and offshore, but we added a third one for the sovereigns. That's at land. At land. And that's really what Atlantis was. All the contracts started. Now think about this, Morris. This is the reason why the modern ones get upset when they say, oh, Nike is moving its headquarters to China. Well, what does that mean? That means that all the sales are offshore sales. Offshore? We thought that if they were over there, and they even had us calling over there, they had us saying over there and overseas. Right? So they were programming us to have them over us when contracts start over there. So if the company was over there, they would say we're offshore and they're onshore. So whenever they sold anything, it was a lost at sea situation. And here's the thing, they didn't have to be over there for it to be lost at sea. That was the big trick. Those companies that came here in their enactment, Nike, Samsung, Toshiba, Sony, Toyota, Nissan, all those companies, all of those actors acting as if they were companies. Whenever they came here, and many of them, you know, they were competing with General Motors. But when they came here knowing that they were going to be issuing offshore contracts for vehicles. And that's why people were getting pulled over and not knowing why are they doing all of this. It's because the vehicle, if it hasn't been restated, was an offshore. They were saying that vehicle is an offshore vehicle. And it takes more than just a lien on it to bring it to have it be an onshore vehicle. Movement, because it's really about movement. So whenever we started hearing of call centers being someplace else, whenever we call for service, okay, whenever we call for service and you hear somebody with an accent, and I won't make one because it'll be funny because I don't know how to do that. When you hear somebody with an accent and you know they're in someplace else, India, China, Vietnam, the Philippines, wherever, when you hear that, it should have been a red flag that said, one of us is offshore, and it ain't me. But no one would have ever told us that. That's something we had to come to know. And so now it's going to be very important that we continue, because see, this was not in my immediate awareness when I first started restating things. Like the driver's license. Do you know that driver's license are offshore things until we create them? Offshore. Might as well be created out in the middle of the Pacific. Birth certificates offshore, not in one's own home country. Not in one, and see, they didn't even say out there at sea. They said not in one's home country. You know what else that told me, Moors? That told me that our home country is everywhere that we say it is when we got the right paperwork. Our home country is everywhere we say it is when we have the right paperwork that says where we are. Which brings me back, because I said we were going to talk about this briefly because it's important. Nobility, did you have a comment or a question? Justice Yatui? Islam. So, you know what else that told me? It told me that everybody knew. Everybody knew. Everybody knew. A 2-letter state is offshore. It's not onshore. I don't care where they say they are. They can be in the same domicile with you. If they think they're at a 2-letter state, they're offshore too.
Islam, I have a question.
Until you, wait a minute, let me finish this one. Until you declare who you are and put the house and them, and that's what the liens and stuff is all about, bring them on shore. They don't even know they on shore. But you put them on shore, but they'll be subject to you until they declare who they are. Islam.
Yes, so my question is in regards to what you were so beautifully stating about onshore and offshore, and regarding to vehicles, conveyances, and such, and offshore versus onshore. So when we was, quote unquote, in the funny mirror registering our cars at DMV, was that also furthering the offshore status of the vehicle?
Yes. Yes.
Even though it was in the corporate, because it came originally from the 10 square miles jurisdiction that is originally offshore. Okay, I answered my own question.
I think they call that the Bermuda Triangle or something. I don't know. Okay. I could be wrong. Offshore. And that's why we don't go to fake courts, because we're not, those fake courts are offshore. I don't care if they write, you think they're down the street in Moors. You might think they're down the street. They're offshore. And why would you go offshore to go to court when you're on the land? Yes, someone said, the Noble Byron said, offshore is 14th Amendment person. Yes, offshore. Lost at sea. And see, if you're offshore and you don't even know that, you're lost at sea anyway.
Oh, so also, if I may, so the corporate fictitious trusts, that was offshore. So, but how does that even gain standing when it's offshore?
Well, everybody that's offshore out there gives it standing. Every time they use it or go to it or whatever, every time they go to that and use it, because see, Social Security cards, birth certificates issued by frauds, and driver's license issued by frauds, that's out there.
All right, so now I'm going to bring it to Grand Sheik what he said on Friday, right?
Mm-hmm. Concerning
the temple. And he mentions, well, you know, because I like to, poke the bear sometimes. Okay, so the Moorish Holy Temple for Science, that was stated originally by the Prophet. Yeah. And then from my hearing, if I'm correctly stating what Grand Sheik has stated via the document, that over time it had to be renamed to the Moorish Science Temple of America because of rules or regulations that the Secretary for State put in place.
The Offshore Secretary of State.
Exactly. That's my point in bringing that whole thing up. And then, goodness, what was the word? He had used a word. My goodness, I had wrote a question in
Hadith?
that. Sorry, what'd you say?
Is it the Hadith by the Prophet?
No. In his in Grand Sheik speaking, he had made a statement. Goodness, I gotta go to the video, I guess, and find my question. Because I referred back to it, and now I have to scroll. Oh
So,
no, but and because I was like, okay, so when the temple was renamed and when the temple was brought into that jurisdiction, so why and what took place, and so the distinction has to be, I guess, expressed. I'm looking for an express, what it implied when it came to people coming through the temple with the jure, because from now on I'm seeing it. The Holy Temple for Science is the jure, and the Moorish Science Temple of America, because it's offshore, because the Secretary.
Well, not all of them, because some of them have been properly restated. Some of them have. Some of the Moorish Science Temples of America have been restated by Moors with pure hearts who've done de jure work and who are really, willing to do the work. Some of them have done it. Some of them are onshore, which means they're not even connected to the offshore ones. But the majority that we've seen were offshore, and they were offshore for 100 years. But see, our prophet did the right thing. Again, when he did the old Canaanite temple, that was onshore. He did that at land. And he had a problem getting them to come there because they thought it was a religion. So then he said, Moorish Holy Temple for Science. He did that. And he did that from a de jure perspective and all of that. And then people wanted to do commerce. So he did the Moorish Science Temple of America as an 805, IL 805, which is still the right way to do it. However, anything done where others are claiming a status of city clerk or state clerk or county clerk and they're not real and living and declared, that's just not a thing. It's just not real. But our prophet did everything right for that time period. But see, I know that the people were not ready because the prophet said they weren't ready to go further with what, beyond what the prophet did. So the temples, we love them. Let's put that on the record. We love the Moorish Science Temple of America. We have already activated and implemented the Moorish Holy Temple for Science on the land. It's Atland, and it is a corpus sanctum by which we do commercial things, because our Grand Sheik said that this past Friday that's what it was created for. That was one of the things it was created. The temple was supposed to be doing, is so that we could do commerce safely. That made sense to me. It made complete sense. We were supposed to be going there for birth certificates, for things that we could do commerce with. Because see, living birth affidavit is not a commercial document. It's a living, natural, lawful document that goes on the public record that moors everything else to the land. You see? Yes, Noble Byron, we affirm that. We're from that. Empress Angel, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead. I yield the floor. I just want to make it clear that we're not, because temple bashing is a thing for some people. But
no, I'm not bashing the temple at all.
Let me finish. Not for you, not for me, not for this Congress. We don't do that. But go ahead, Empress.
No, I'm trying to find exactly what was stated, and my question didn't even appear in the chat, which I find interesting. But oh my goodness.
On Friday?
Yes.
Okay.
I posted a few things in the chat, and I don't see it at all. Because yeah, this is boggling to me.
You're referring to the chat from Friday, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
From the.
It was working for Empress Shasha Friday.
Oh, yes. Good for her. Because Nate said he don't even see me at all either. Wow.
Empress Shasha, what did you say? What did you say, Empress Shasha?
Oh, she just agreed.
Oh, okay.
I was just saying yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, wonderful. No, I was just affirming, yes, it was working for me. I just didn't restate what I picked up to pop in there, but yes, I did get picked up.
Yeah.
May I add, while Empress Angel is looking for whatever she's searching for, you see, every time you stated Atland, I just heard and saw Atlantis. So I was over here just clapping and just because it was like, oh my gosh, that's it. That's what this is really all about.
Yes, it is.
That's the ancient.
Yes. And that's
where we are. That's right.
Yes.
It's so clear. And may I add another thing? So I looked up shore.
Yes.
So shore, noun, land bordering a large body of water from circa 1300, from Old English skora, or from Middle Low German shore coast, headland, or Middle Dutch, land washed by the sea. And then it goes on to say, all probably from Proto-Germanic skur, cut, to cut. And this is the usual theory, but the etymological notion is not easy to determine. It has been proposed as meaning division between land and water, which when we look at it, the shore, then it goes on, but if the word began on the North Sea coast of the continent, it might as well have meant originally land cut off from mainland by tidal marshes and isolated rock in the sea to cut to shear. So, as we go down, and that's speaking England, I think, but, the whole earth is. But it goes on to also then say, Old English words for coast shore were strand, like a strand of hair, or, and it says, word for land bordering water. General application to country near a seacoast is attested from 1610. Then it goes on the verb, which I thought was very interesting. To mid-14th century, shoren, to prop, support with, or as if by a prop. A support. And a prop is also something used as a substitute.
Yes.
In, acting or anything. You prop something, so it really has no connection to what it's propping. And so all of this, to me, is just elaborating and clarifying the whole offshore, onshore. It also says the noun survives in technical senses, and this is etymology online for anyone who wants to look it up. Post or beam for temporary support of something. Mid-15th century, especially an oblique timber to brace the side of a building or excavation. Now, it was always known the time was going to come when we would wake up, come back and claim.
Yes.
No longer any need for an, temporary support or any of those things.
Mm-hmm.
Islam, I yield. I just wanted to share that because I see in all of those descriptions, definitions, the truth of this whole offshore, onshore. And I also saw something else. One more thing. And it actually stated, I went to prop also, it said something about foreign jurisdiction.
Ooh.
Where, my goodness, I went to too many places, I can't find it now, but it is, I literally read, it said, or territory, something along those lines. And if anybody picks, here it is, in strand. So strand also means shore, beach, and land abutting a body. And when it goes down, I won't read it all, but land, whether abutting the sea or not. All right, let me go up. In strictest use, the part of a shore that lies between the tide marks to which certain rights or privileges pertained. It is common in Middle English formulaic expressions of the extent of liberties or rights, as in land and strand, circa 1100. Land, whether abutting the sea or not, on strand and on stream, which is circa 1400, was in territorial waters. And that, when you go look up shore in etymology online, when you go on down, it'll be on that page. But anyway, I yield now, but I just wanted to share that because right there, it's talking privileges, rights, all of those things. So.
Well, based on the definition that you just read, Empress, some see the shore. There's a little bit of an echo coming.
Let me tell.
Islam. Based on the definition that you read, Empress, some see the shore as a gateway, a way in. When you're talking about rights and things like that, you're talking about access. And so some see the shore as a gateway. And the foreigners always talk about how the pilgrims landed on these shores and all of that. Empress Islam.
Islam. If I may add, specifically here, one of the issues for the people is access to the shore, to the beaches. I mean, the foreigners, and that's exactly, are cutting or enacting.
So access, are they acting as if they cannot access the shores?
Are who? The national, the people? No, what the foreigners are enacting is cutting off access to the shore to the people. That is what they are enacting. In fact, I had started a demonstration. Then they accosted me that day. But anyway, there's some stuff going on even right where I am. Which will be dealt with, but I mean, literally putting up signs saying no swimming, no, no access, those types of things.
I see.
Those are the things, and that's not just here. I mean, it's all over the rock here, but and of course we know it's enactment, but. So, yeah.
So, you know what that sounds like? It's signaling first and foremost. They're signaling when they do that.
Yeah, they've been signaling for a very long time. But yes, no, they're absolutely, because I myself recognize the demonstrations that I'm working on also. But yes, you're absolutely correct. I mean, aren't all of their enactments signals to us?
Well, they're not signals to us. They're signals to each other.
Signals to each, right.
Yeah.
Which actually, if we are seeing and we are in our right status, then they then, you know, we see it. How do I word this correctly now? It is a sign not to me, but it.
But we can interpret it.
But right, thank you. And that, from that interpretation, there is propulsion and movement.
Yeah.
When we are in our correct status, yes.
They were doing that
I yield.
down the way there for a while, and I was just saying, ancestors, I know this is a sign of something. What is it a sign of? Now I know that, again, they're not signaling to us. They're signaling to each other. I know that we're at land. We're onshore. Okay, we're onshore. We're at land. So when they do that, they're signaling to each other that there's going to be, that they're signaling what's coming. And what's coming is they won't be able to come. They're not going to be onshore. They're going to be offshore if they don't do certain things. In other words, prepare for this. If you're not going to get in subject status, you're out there.
Islam, yes.
They were doing that here. And I was like, I know it doesn't have anything to do with us, simply because I was able to walk through freely, even during what they were enacting as COVID, telling people nobody on the beach, nobody outside, nobody anywhere. I was the only one sitting out there, enjoying it, by the way. And this happened the whole time. And fake policy enforcers would come by and just keep going. And then one day, while I was out there, and this was 2020 on our calendar, the fake actors were literally going around telling people they can't be on the beach. They couldn't be on the beach. They were going around saying, "Hey, y'all got to leave the beach." And me, I was zealous at the time. I pulled up and I heard him telling some of us that they couldn't be on the beach. And I yelled over him. I said, "Don't listen to him. He don't know what he's talking about. Y'all can be on the beach if you want to be on the beach." This was through the policy enforcer window all the way over to the other people he was talking to on the other side. Now, I would not suggest that, but I did it. Because they were telling people you can't be on the beach. And I was
Islam.
Islam, Empress.
No, I don't want to interrupt you, but I did the same. The day, actually, the last time they took me off my street.
Yes.
I'd actually gone to the shore to take some video and photos of these signs that had gone up, and the subjects in the Office of Policy Enforcement, because they're not even that, had actually pulled a man, a Moor, he might be sleeping, but he's a Moor, pulled him from the water and asked him who he was, why he was there, because there are tourists being harassed. And me, I did what you did, except I was on my foot. And I actually, I have it on video, and I said, you have no authority to do that. And I said to the man, you can't let them speak to you that way. You know, and that's not the reason why they took me, but of course it gave them some. But anyway, I've done the same. I mean, that's what they're actually doing. They're moving the Moors out of the water, right where I domicile.
Were they moving? Were there any others there?
Listen, there was nobody else there.
Okay.
But they moved him off, saying, they actually said to him that the tourists, and when they speak tourists, they're speaking the Albion, are being harassed, and they don't know him. He's a stranger, and they want ID, and they want to know who he is. I mean, literally took him out of the ocean itself. These are some of the things that, and these subjects are Moors. Yes, they're sleeping and all of those other things, but yeah.
So let me tell you what the ancestors told me about all of that. When after I talked to those people and everything, then as I was telling him, you don't have to listen to him. He wouldn't even look at me. He just looked at them and said, look, I'm just trying to do my job, and I was told to tell everybody to leave the beach. Because, see, I wasn't going to leave. But, again, I wouldn't suggest that because you have to demonstrate the level of your overstanding. I was prepared to do the demonstration, but then on my way, I went and enjoyed the beach, and then on my way home, the ancestors started speaking to me. And even now, today, the ancestors, Empress Shasha, do you mind if I mute your phone because it's still echoing?
No, go ahead.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you, Empress. What the ancestors are saying is, number one, it's time for everybody to wake up. No matter what they look like, it's time for everybody to wake up. And the ancestors are making it clear that not even the sleeping Moors can access our estate until they wake up. If they act like slaves and serfs and subjects and citizens, they're going to be treated like that, just like we were. Okay? They have to wake up. And so the ancestors are also saying that not even Moors, they can be Moors, but if they don't use the right language and say the right things and remember where they are, they're not going to be able to access either. And so somebody has to wake them up. Well, it's not really our job to wake them up, but it is our job to assist them when they decide to wake up. And we can only assist as much as they allow us to. So we're becoming more astute and competent in the area of assisting others as well, simply because we're becoming more competent. We're becoming more competent. And anytime you're becoming more competent, your authority is going to increase. So, when the fake actors, those actors, when they're doing whatever they're doing, most of the time it's a distraction. And a lot of times it's not for us to do anything about that because it is a distraction, but to continue building. And I'll say this too. When they first started doing, quote unquote, enacting COVID and telling people what to do and throwing people in jail and all of that kind of stuff, I asked the ancestors what I should do about that. And the ancestors said, keep building what you are building. Don't be distracted by that. Let that be what it is, because it serves a purpose, and the purpose is to wake everybody up. But you stay focused on what you're doing, on building it so that as they wake up, they will come. And when I say come, just come to know who they are. Okay, we're not looking for followers or any of that. It's just a matter of they have to have information to help them navigate, and they have to have the ability to know that they can do the navigation. And the information is out here, for them. So all of that serves a purpose. So as you're seeing, like at San Francisco, they had people defecating on their streets and all of that. We are not to worry about that because that's a different jurisdiction. Let me clarify that. And this is something that I've been observing, but now I can point to events and prove it to others and make it clearer to others. The flooding that was enacted. We are going to suggest very highly that all Moors get your documentation on the public record and stay focused and keep putting your documentation and activating and demonstrating and implementing all that is and moving in the right direction. Because what we're observing is that when we look in the funny mirror, there is destruction in the funny mirror. There's a bunch of craziness in the funny mirror. And it's happening in places where people are not in the right status. They don't know where they are. It's happening offshore. It's happening offshore. There's supposed to be flooding offshore. When you look at how all of that happened, where it jumped clean over certain places and went to other places further inland and all of that, that's an offshore situation. And that's why I asked the question in the previous Congress, and I'll ask it again for you to think. Moors, do you have your documentation done? Okay, let me then ask you, are you seeing flooding at your territory? If you're seeing flooding at your territory, I would highly suggest that you make your documentation your top priority. Make it your top priority, please. What is your documentation? For starters, nationality. Declare, proclaim, put it in writing, your nationality on the public record. Liens, do liens on that fake fraudulent name that someone copped because the sounds are not theirs. And then restate that name properly as it was given and stated by your Holy Sovereign Mother. And then look at the lien process and then the termination of all corporate contracts, of all courts, of all offshore contracts, and then restate the contracts onshore so you can keep all your stuff. Because that's how you do it. create Atland contracts. They can look the same because the system is the system. It's going to do what systems do. We are Atland, Atlanta, Atlantic, Atlandia. So that plus the 40-something documents that are linked under this video, under all the videos, we link them under all the like Tajiri Bay videos and the Congress videos. Get those documents on the public record, Moors, so that and I can say that you will see a difference in your weather, in the weather. There'll be a difference in the weather. You won't see so much flooding because that's the stuff in the spirit realm manifesting in the 3D. Islam Empress.
Oh, for the record, I did find it was peculiar concerning the chat over there at the House of Reawakening Minds video, because it even disappeared after I found it. And I'm like, the whole chat went blank. It was like nothing was.
That's what you think. That's something.
I was like, what the heck? But anyway, so my question is and was Islam. So in perspective, what does that have to do with the change for the Moorish Holy Temple for Science and the Moorish Science Temple of America, diversity of citizenship with the Secretary of State? Because when he was speaking about how the names were the name was changed and how that whole thing had to take place for the Secretary of State. So that's why I had came up with that question. And so when they did that, was there diversity? Because he had mentioned Secretary of State deals with diversity of citizenship. So what does that have to do? Is there anything that have to do with that? The name and how they function with the Moorish Science Temple of America versus a Moorish Holy Science Temple?
So when that was done, the Moors were going to sleep. That, we know that. The Moors were going to sleep. Because anytime you feel or you think that a foreigner is a Secretary of State, that's off. And when I say that, I'm talking about during that time period, the original people were starting to go to sleep. So they were starting to see in 1913, and this is not long after 1871, 1913, 1925, 1926, and all of that, Moors were going to sleep to who they really were, and they were starting to see foreigners as government, when that's not really who they are. And so that's where the Moorish Science Temple of America, Inc., who went to a foreign Secretary of State, kind of things got a little off there. But one thing I know about the Moors and the spirit is that there were some Moors who said, we're not going there because that's not real government. We'll just do our thing here. We'll govern here, and we will be the state secretaries, and we will do what is right. Like the prophet did with the Moorish Holy Temple for Science and the old Canaanite temple.
So why would people who know then change the name? I mean, because the name should have just stayed the same then.
But remember, those actors that were acting as FBI came in and started hypothecating and changing and switching, and we know that for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And so, again, actors acting as government came and somebody did not recognize, and I don't know who that somebody was, we weren't there.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody did not recognize that those are fakes and actors.
So because the people were falling asleep and going on their way to slumber, and so would it have to even come, because if the name from Moorish Holy Science Temple to Moorish Science Temple of America was even suggested by an actor in the office of, to me that means even taking on the suggested name is you submitted to that jurisdiction.
Well, here's the thing about names. Just like what we showed you with Louis DeJoy,
Mm-hmm.
the switching and carrying on of all of that fakeness, it just depends on who's writing it. If we're writing it, then it's a living name because we are at land. We are landed. If someone else writes if a foreign thing writes Louis DeJoy, then that's offshore. That doesn't have anything to do with what's going on this land. We can look at it and then recreate it on the land, and it's not even a recreation. It is the original is created on land. Ain't nothing original offshore. It's all adopted, hypothecated, subrogated, attempted, enacted. It's all acting. Offshore is acting.
Islam,
Empress.
I have a question and clarification with what you're talking about. When she was Empress Angel, you were saying something about diversity of citizenship. So I was a little bit kind of, I guess, it didn't sit right with me because I thought we used diversity of nationals.
Well, no, it was stated that the Secretary of State deals with diversity of citizenship. So that's why I mentioned that, because if the suggestion came from there, then how does that play in to the name and the jurisdiction and all of that when it comes to now the Holy Science Temple of America? How is Moorish Holy Science Temple being renamed and all of that? And so, because then that would, to me, that would be also ushering in that corporate jurisdiction, diversity of citizenship.
Yeah,
I get it. And that's why I was thinking, does diversity of citizenship have anything to really do with us? That was my question, because we don't fit in that category.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with us, but see, there were some who thought that it did. Because they saw somebody foreign and thought that was their government.
Gotcha. I got you. Okay.
So it's called fakery. It's called fakery. They were faking. They were faking government. They were faking, pretending to be government, and then they said, "Oh, you all are citizens," and somebody was like, "Oh, okay." It's just, because they didn't know that that's not the government that they are. And again, this is not about this is not about hatred for anyone, or hatred for foreigners, or hatred for modern Europeans, or anything like that. It's not even about that. It's not about that. It's about offices. It's about authority. It's about truth.
Islam and proper status. Yes,
proper status.
In your proper place. That's it.
Affirm, and clarity and clarification, and proper state standing, and what is it? Bookkeeping.
Yes.
Booking things.
And you mentioned that earlier about books and booking. Whenever they would arrest someone in their enactment in the 20s and 30s and 40s and 50s and even in the 70s, they would say book them. That means put them in this book and don't put them in that book, because you can't put them in that book. Because if he goes in that book and he knows he's in that book, he's going to walk out of here. Booking is about which court is doing the writing, who's holding the book.
And when you were saying that to the other empress, what I kept thinking about was inventory, putting inventory in its proper place.
Yes. It's onshore and Atland when it's in our books. And again, banking is the same way. That's why I said what I said about keeping records and banking.
Islam, I get it. Islam.
Yeah. So we were letting somebody else keep our records instead of us minding our business.
Tending to our storehouse and inventory.
All of that, yes. Yeah. Again, the system is ours. But when a third-party interloper comes in and starts telling you what to do, that's a problem. It's a problem. It's like I heard a story.
Yeah, they definitely over here messing with us. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Islam, what happened? Who was that? Okay, I didn't hear them, but they got bounced off as soon as they started speaking, and I don't know. It may be their Wi-Fi or something. But what I will say too is that I'm seeing something in the chat. Justice Akil says the Prophet shut down the temples in 1928-29, and do you have the FBI reports on how to access them that verifies the temples being shut down? From my perspective, the temple was never shut down because we're the temple, and no one can shut us down. Just like the consular courts were never shut down. Some people say they were. We say no, they weren't. And when you read that stuff, they don't say they shut them down. That's not what it says.
And my understanding is perpetual what the Prophet created.
Of course. It's forever. So I don't know who said anything about shutting the temple down. And then as for, there's something about FBI reports. There was something about, well, this is probably just gonna, do you all see what I see there? And this is Google. I just Googled Moorish Science Temple FBI reports because you can see that stuff on there. But if you look at what you're seeing here, it says Moorish Science Temple of America, history, partnerships, and outreach. So there were, and again, I believe this here, the vault, this is where you can find that documentation, Justice Akil. So I'll put this link in the chat so that you can look through all these documents and things. And I believe they're from the 1920s all the way up. Let me see, when was this one? This one is dated, let's see, what is this dated? I can't, let me see what the date is, if the date is even posted here. But again, listen, if you even look at this right here, this is them restating the Circle 7. They published it. But this is nothing for us to fret over or worry about. We have to restate it anyway. It's being restated even as we speak. But to answer your question, Justice Akil, about that, here's the link that where you can do the study on what happened with the quote-unquote FBI, and they were actors, and the Moorish Science Temple. So, that link is in the chat. You can do the study on because see, there is no one who has the authority to shut down the temple, and the reason being, just as the Empress stated, it's perpetual. That's number one. Number two, there's always, if there's even, out of all the people, if there's even one of us who says, no, you can't shut the temple down because I'm still the temple, then the temple's not shut down because there's still one member, one sovereign who says they are the temple. And it's not even membership, that's the being, the body, this head is the temple. The Moorish Science Temple for America, the Moorish Holy Temple for Science. And we state that we are the temple.
And the word never dies. It's eternal.
So that means that it's never been shut down because we were always, since time immemorial. The temple for the moon and sun, which is one of our temples. Oh, I love that temple so much. Because that's who we are as well. Now, I did a little more digging about onshore and offshore. Again, where are your services? And I don't, this word, I'm going to spell it differently because it doesn't mean what we thought it meant, what we were taught in animal husbandry school about services. We could say that word as services. We could say that. But with that being stated again, where are your contracts or affidavits rather? Affidavits for services. Where are they legated? Legated. That's a French word that means the gate, the government. And in Latin, legated means, are your legs working and moving? They say when you walk, what does your gait look like? Your walk is your gait. Onshore, offshore, Atland. And this is how we spell Atland. So we have created Atlantis again. Atland. Islam. So in our previous Congress, as we move through topics, in our previous Congress, a question was asked about, I believe it was Justice Earl and Empress Shasha, that were asking about previous programs and laws that we put in place. For example, we put the license plate law in place for us. And they were saying, what's the status of that? That was what I was hearing. What's the status of that? So let us put the protocols on the public record today about that and every other process and program that we've ever created and stated in Congress, at Congress. When we put a law on the public record and we've agreed on it, you know, and we've talked about it, we voted on it and all of that. For example, and I'll just use the license plate law as an example. Once we make it the law, what's the next step? The next step, the first step, after we've made it a law and everything, is that each one at their territories who that is relevant for on your demonstrations, you begin notifying the subjects in the office of that this law is the law. This is the law. That Congress has approved this law. And this is how it's going to work. Okay? So you notify that the law has been implemented. Then what you do is you immediately begin sourcing to fulfill the law. So with the license plate law, once the Congress agreed and it was the law, we was like, okay, cool. We can go ahead and start sourcing because we're the source of all things. What does sourcing look like? And this is with every law, all of them. You can start sourcing immediately once the law is approved by the Congress. What does sourcing look like? We'll show you in just a minute, but what it looks like is you go out and begin on the web, on the internet or wherever, start looking around at ways to implement that. So with the license plate, I started looking around at, okay, where can I order license plates that I can design myself? Where can I order that from? Okay. Now, the next question that's coming to the forefront is, well, for those that don't have the fiat to pay for something like that, quote unquote, because you're not really paying for it, what do? They do the same thing we said at the beginning of this Congress. Lien, levy, bond, and then wherever it is that you will to order from, look at their processes, look at either their bylaws, their processes, how they do it, or look at their corporate makeup, their corporate policies about payment or whatever. Look at their corporate policies, download them, and begin restating them with a nationalized logo, and then put that together with the lien, levy, and bond, and your design for what it is you will. Because see, now when you restate the corporate policies, what you're doing is you're saying this order that you're going to get from me and from us is onshore. It's not offshore. It's not out there. It's it's at land. It's a land order. Islam.
As you're stating that, some reason something came over me and said a universal type of policy should be like an outline, because when I think of that, like when you restated the Verizon, right? Mm-hmm. It's essentially a charter and a treaty at the same time, how I perceived it to be. And for the fact of it has to do with dealing with subject and master, and how the subject is a subject and the sovereign is a master, and how we command and the command must be followed through. And when I think of treaties, the Moroccan Treaty, for instance, the language expressed in non-ambiguous terms, and and then I look at other treaties, like there's like a frequency that flows through all the treaties, that like it's a harmonious one, because at the end of all treaties, it says that this treaty can't be held up or whatever, revert back to the previous treaty. And that's how all the treaties, are. So there's symmetry in that and harmony. So, in just, hearing what was being stated, and then, thinking that, because I know when we did the restating of corporate entities, and we did the what was it? The United States, and then for the corporate vehicles and such, it was an outline, and it became the template for how they to be, restated and such. So that was just an idea I felt like I should share as far as moving forward with the corporate policies concerning that. That's wrong.
So thank you for that, Empress. That suggestion, this is the issue with the suggestion, because that would be a shortcut way of doing it. But the services are specific. So it's going to be a whole different matter when you're talking the difference between a hotel policy being restated and an automobile dealership policy being restated. Totally different, totally different, totally different.
You think so? I mean, because at the end of the day, it still has fundamental, expectations as far as, common threads, commonalities, as far as subject matter of personam jurisdiction, and then the exchange, and how that's to be done as far as the tendering of, DeLoreans.
Those are separate. Those are separate. When I say separate, those are foundational for everything. So you're
exactly
right. Those are foundational. But then when you start talking about an automobile exchange, it's not going to be anything the same. The details are not going to be the same as a hotel stay. Mm-hmm. So those things that are a running vein throughout all of them, that's going to be there in all of them anyway. But then the reason why I'm stating what I'm stating is because I actually have in my possession an actual contract that someone did, not us, but someone did it, where they got a car offshore, and it's since been repossessed, but they got it offshore, and they gave us all the documentation for that. So we're just restating that. But then when I look at a hotel stay, theirs doesn't look anything like it because they use different variables. Hotels use things like occupancy and things like that to determine what's going on, whereas in an automobile affidavit being restated for individual sales on a wholesale level,
mm-hmm.
they're using other things. They're not using occupancy or, we made this many sales, so we're going to give you a break. They're not doing any of that. It's totally different in terms of the variables and the process. It's really a process. The processes are different.
Okay.
So we couldn't use the same document for that as we would for a hotel. Because, and plus, with an automobile, you're going to be owning that. You don't own a hotel stay. You own an automobile, though. You know, so it's different in that way. Yeah. So that's why we couldn't use just a template for one thing for all the other things.
Well, for Hilton, for instance, I looked in, because you mentioned this earlier, so I went and I searched it. It's like a 28-page, you know, letter-sized paper, document, whatever. But clearly, it's going to be scaled down to only have and pertain to only pertinent information, because, you know, we all know that most documents have a lot of, you know, unnecessariness.
They do have a lot of unnecessary stuff, and here, in my suggestion, because this is how I'm doing it, is to just we all just take our time.
Have y'all been using any of that that powder? And
we're just taking our time, because right now we have I think it's 19-page document that we're working on right now, and we're just taking our time as the Spirit speaks to us and as we are inspired to do it. You know, we're learning things even as we're doing it. You know, what Grand Sheik said on Friday turned on a light bulb that needed to be on with regard to that 19-page document. So
yeah, he opened up a lot of things. Yeah, clarity being one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm so grateful for him and for Dr. G. They just, you know, they keep going.
Indeed.
Awesome. And they're telling us to keep going too, and we're telling them to keep going. So yeah, yeah. And sometimes we are led to publish the works that we do like that. And sometimes the ancestors say, just wait a while, or don't publish it. And they have their reasons for that. But the affidavit that we're working on right now is a legal affidavit, because the lawful has already been done. And so this is a legal one. And where legal is concerned, all it is a restatement of a logo, a company logo, and then of a company contract that someone made. Yeah. So, you know, Empress Angel, it would be easier on all of us if there was a template out there like that, but we wouldn't learn as much. That's the issue. We wouldn't learn as much, because in looking at the 19-page thing that I'm looking at now, I'm seeing things that I just...
True. Though when I also process things, like when it stated that, you know, the things we're doing now, we won't necessarily be doing 5-10 years from now, even, you know, because the things we've already put the work in, they would already have been transformed and properly altered and such.
Yeah.
And so we will have only, you know, more and more of the truth to deal with, and not necessarily having to cipher out the fraud and the truth, you know, and how they were strangely mixed.
Yeah. So, you know, and thank you for that, Empress. You know, Moore's the general process is the same for everything that we do. You know, the general process is going to be the same for everything, and you can get to work on it as soon as the law is made. You can get to work on it. Go ahead and begin sourcing, share the sourcing information, which we're going to do that today too with what we saw, accept the materials, and live accordingly. So we are at the place where we are standing on the processes and moving forward that way on how we get things, because the system is already in our favor. Okay, so again, this should shed some light or illuminate what the next steps are in any of our processes. Is once we make the law, we don't just leave it there. What we do is we begin sourcing to fulfill the law. So go out and find out where you can get tags made from and have them made according to what we've agreed on. Because, see, we're in trust with one another. So we can have them made according to what we agreed on. And then once we even do that, notify again that this is my tag, this is my conveyance. Okay, subjects in the office of. We are at land, we're onshore. And they know what that means. I just remember in many of the financial movies that we used to watch, like, you know, movies where they would be talking about Wall Street and all this other stuff, people were always referencing getting an offshore account because they didn't want to pay taxes. Well, we don't pay taxes on our stuff for that reason too. Because we're not offshore, we're at land. And there are no taxes at land. So those that are doing grocery store demonstrations and, you know, other buying demonstrations, and ultimately anything that's being charged for our stuff, if it's in fiat, if it's nominated or denominated in fiat, it's not supposed to be there anyway. That's offshore stuff. We're not offshore. But we have to know how to say that. No sense in arguing with the people if you haven't done your paperwork. No sense in going to the grocery store arguing with them. This is above their pay grade anyway. So my question then would be, okay, we gave that law a couple of weeks back. Have you begun sourcing to find out how to fulfill the law? We made the law, so let's fulfill it. And for some, it'll be something they can do right away, and for others, it'll be something they have to wait a little while to demonstrate. So we just keep moving in the direction of, because some of these processes for some is maybe a year away. And for others, they can have it done by next week. It just depends. We don't cast judgment on it either way. Because at some point we know everyone's going to have to demonstrate it. Islam, Empress.
I have a quick question. So, speaking of the tags and all, and our position and where we are with demonstrating that, say, for example, we are a year off, or, you know, in getting that completed, does that mean that we have to comply with the previous actors or enactment to keep them from, I don't know, confiscating our vehicles, etc., or what? How does that work?
So we are far more, some say we're radical or whatever. We say, now this is just our suggestion, Our suggestion is that if you feel they're going to say something about it, then bump the tags up to top priority and get it done quickly. If you think they're going to say something about it, okay? But most people, either their tags haven't expired yet from the previous era, you know, the offshore tags haven't expired or whatever, so they still have a little bit of time. We just I would say just keep moving in the direction of doing the right thing. Now, for us, compliance is not a thing, because when you declare your nationality, you're automatically not in compliance with that. But is that something you should worry about? No, because that's not real. So my answer, my suggestion to you would be, if that is a question that concerns you, go ahead and get your tags made. Go ahead and get them made and demonstrate them. Notify first, and then demonstrate, because that's part of the process.
Perfect. Thanks. Islam.
So Islam, Empress.
I would also say make sure that you're able to explain or verbalize your demonstration, because that's what I have been moving, you know, with until everything is complete.
Yes. Be able to demonstrate them. And demonstrating them is simply being able to read what's on your documentation about them, and that you're not offshore, you're at land. We were doing the math on tags, and wow. In doing the math on tags, in other words, you know, how is having real proper tags on your conveyance, how is that helpful, and what does that look like? Well, wow. We just stopped at 3, but we could have gone to about 150,000. Saving 150 or 200 or 300 or 400, however much fiat they were charging for the next 20 years or the next 30 years on tags, or the next 50 years or the next 1,000 years on tags. That's the math to do. Being pulled over for expired or wrong jurisdiction tags, 800 per pop or more. In our case, back in 2017, the actors were acting as if we were supposed to pull 1,500 Federal Reserve debt notes out of our pocket just randomly because they felt like it. We didn't, of course. And
we on the high seas.
Huh?
They were pirates on the high seas, huh?
Yes, just as lost at sea as they could be, just as offshore as they could be. And so we just we demonstrated and demonstrated and demonstrated and demonstrated. We just did what we knew to do. Keep demonstrating, because we were not going to be held at gunpoint for that stuff. No. Fines and tickets, jail enactments, court fee enactments, and all of that, that's from $20 to over $1 million. Because if you do the math on what Prophet Noble Jew Ali stated about detainments, $1,500 per second or something like that. It was some perfectly sensible number to me that he used. Then, so this is, we have to source our tags and get everything in. We've already made it the law. We've already made it the law. As you are sourcing, when you do the math on what you have just activated, your wealth begins to be seen and recognized as manifesting by your actions. Look how much you save in terms of headaches and all of that, being in the proper, And it's not even a matter of how much we save because we don't even use that money system. And it's not a system. We don't use prop money for tags and things. We don't use prop money. We don't use that Hollywood monopoly money for that. We don't. So when you think about all of that, I used to be, when I first woke up, I used to be afraid to get in my conveyance and go down the road because I had been pulled over 3 times. And now it's totally different. It's totally different. However, there are some around me who still have those tags on there. Okay. It is what it is. Our ancestors know what they're doing, and so we don't worry about it. So sourcing the land means that a lien, levy, bond, title, and an land legal process that restates the policies on the land has been put in place. Okay, so just like we stated before. I'll put these in the chat. These are links for custom uploaded imaging and lettering where you can design your own tags. I'll put these links in the chat. This is just some sourcing that I did. Okay. And Morris, listen, we don't have to rush through these demonstrations. We don't have to rush. We do have to do them, but we don't have to rush. Our ancestors are looking out for us and taking care of us as we continue to demonstrate who we are. There's one. Here's another source, a resource rather, for the tags. Oops. There's another resource for tags. This one on Etsy, you can upload your whole design and they will put it on there. But again, we're moving away from using fiat to get these things by way of bringing everything, or creating everything at land, on the land, okay? Because even in an onshore environment, they have door-to-door service onshore. And door-to-door service onshore, or door-to-door actions, there's no tax on door-to-door things.
Islam Empress. When you were stating about no rush on these demonstrations and such concerning the conveyances and such, one thing comes to mind, and if you can express and elaborate as far as the importance of demonstrating at your own level of understanding and competency, as far as, versus asking someone to do a demonstration for you, and the demonstration of testing that would come your way if you don't do it yourself and have the understanding and the knowledge for you to stand on your square and demonstrate it on your own behalf, and the woes of caution that comes to you if you have someone to do it for you.
So it wouldn't be woes of caution for us. We would just say that we would state that it's always going to be sovereign for you to do your own things, do your own demonstrations, do your own paperwork, everything. That's what sovereignty is. A sovereign nation is filled with sovereign people. And what the word sovereign means is that you don't need anybody to rescue you, and that you are the master for your own self. So doing your own work is how you learn and remember who you really are. You can't get that from someone else handing you their work all the time and expecting you to be able to articulate it enough to save yourself. You have to continuously keep the study going so that you know that you're on the land. So it's always going to be, and here's the thing, and this is something I've seen many times, those who continuously try to get other people to do their paperwork because they just are too lazy to do it, they always end up having to do it themselves to get themselves out of a situation because they refused to do their own work. You must do your own work. That our ancestors, that's a requirement. It's a requirement.
Islam.
Empress.
So as it relates to us doing our own work and etc., I'm trying to figure out how to ask this question.
Mm-hmm.
What if someone is actually antagonizing you because of that, and they want you to kind of answer their questions when you're busy yourself trying to get your things done? So shouldn't there be a way on how we treat other members and all? But antagonizing someone is not the answer, in my opinion.
So whenever there is energy being sent in your direction that you don't agree with, you can always address it as energy, and it will relieve the tension of blame. Because I've had that happen where people just kept asking questions, on the phone, one-on-one, not in Congress, because we that's what Congress is for. But on the phone, one-on-one, they want to stay on the phone for hours and hours about questions. With question after question after question, I always ask them, how is their connection with the spirit? What are they doing to maintain their connection with the spirit? Because 98% of their questions, well, and I'll say it, 100% of the answers to their questions is within them.
Correct.
So how is their connection with the spirit, and what makes my spirit speak to me more than their spirit speaks to them about them? Why are they depending on my spirit to speak to them about them? It's because they're not listening to their own spirit. And so we just encourage them. Whenever you have a question, if you would get quiet for 24 hours, you will have the answer. Ask the question in the spirit, from your spirit, out into the ethers, if that's where you see your ancestral energy coming from, because it's really coming from within you. Ask the question in the privacy of your home. Ask the question in the privacy of your heart, and wait 24 hours for the answer, and it will come. It will come. And once they try that just a few times, I just say, hey, I don't mind answering your questions, but you must learn to hear from the spirit first, which is going to be my answer to most of your questions, is what does your spirit say? Because the spirit will always tell them the right thing. You can cut all of that off by asking them, what does the spirit say?
Yes, because I had to cut it off because of where I am and what I'm doing. I couldn't focus on their things, and because what I'm learning is kind of like what you had mentioned before. We're all busy, and like you said, give it 24 hours.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure that, you know, your spirit is going to answer to you just like mine answers to me. Your ancestors are going to respond to you just like my ancestors respond to me. It's just a matter of being independent. And like someone just said, standing in your square, you got to stand in your own square.
Yes, you do.
You got to do this.
Yep.
And so, and if we depending on the others to do it for us, then you lack the experience. You don't get what you're supposed to get because there's some experiences that's going to unfold for you while you're going through this.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
They have to believe what they signed also, because they signed a name change and judicial proclamation, most likely. Mm-hmm. They have to believe that, okay, did you believe what you signed? Did you study what you signed, or did you sign blindly? Because the answers will come from there for everything. Because those things talk about jurisdiction.
Islam, and I appreciate, you know, you for expressing all of that in Congress so that we all can hear it.
Yes.
This is it, Islam.
People who have all those questions and question after question after question, it's only because they're not confident enough in their own ability to do the research and hear from their ancestral spirit. So they just need more confidence in that. And the only way to get confidence, that the confidence that you are going to, is going to be necessary, is for you to hear from your ancient spirit within. We are our ancestors returned. We must hear from because see, in the previous era, we were cut off from that, and there was a substitute put in place of our ancestral energies. And then we were told, okay, you gotta go through them to get anything you will to have. You gotta go through them, which that wasn't true. But they knew we weren't going to listen to anyone within us because they wanted to mute that voice within us, that ancient sovereign voice within us. So Islam, Empress.
Islam. It's also a part of being sovereign and not being a minor.
Ooh. Empress Nabi, I was trying to be nice. No, I'm just kidding. She's right.
It's just truth to heal the heart, to heal the spirit. It's
true. There it is. The truth shall set you free. Yeah.
Islam.
Therefore, making
Islam,
Empress.
You know, as I listen, excuse me, to all of those statements, what bounces around in my head, you know, you made the statement, you have to believe in these documents, the appellation name change or the appellation and the judicial proclamation and all of those things. And what comes to mind for me is that these documents are the ark. Noah built the ark to save people and animals, and you know, and if we think about those documents being the vessel, Noah is spelled Noah, but Noah is also Knower.
Yes, it is. Wow.
And if you don't do it yourself, you
good.
can never be the Noah. So, you know, it's biblical as well. We have, in order to be the Noah, to be Noah, and to be one savior, which is to be sovereign, one must do it for themselves.
Yes.
There's no other way around it.
Yeah.
No other way. Every piece of wood, every nail, that's the only way you know.
Yes.
That's the only way you know. And it's, you know, sometimes it's hard, but there's no job, one salvation.
Yes.
It cannot be, you can't expect to get from A to Z without having stepped on every letter along the way. So I wanted to share that because that's, Noah. I always think about believe and know. And whenever I hear Noah or state it myself, it actually came from me stating it, saying something to someone about wanting to be the knower, not the believer, and the biblical story then coming in to me. So anyway, I yield. I just wanted to share that. So
yes, thank you, Empress. And our Prophet Noble Drew Ali stated that man knows not by being told.
Yeah.
So you can always use the scripture.
Islam, yes indeed.
Man knows
Islam. Yeah. I affirm that was a beautiful analogy and light bringing of that you just said, Empress Asha. I haphazardly mentioned Noah and the Ark in the beginning of the call, Congresse, and then you brought it full circle, Empress, and just beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
I yield, and that's the truth. It's vibration, frequency. We are in this together. Absolutely. I yield.
Indeed.
Yeah, and that will forever resonate with me, Noah and knower, and because wow, the only way you become the knower is in the Ark of the Covenant, is by doing for thyself.
Yes, Islam.
Islam
nobility.
This is Ogun Wole, Supreme Seven Solutioneer.
Islam.
Prophet said also, the gifts of the understanding are the treasures of Allah, and He appointed to everyone his portion in what measure seemeth good unto himself. He said, communicate. He said, who hath He endowed thee with wisdom? Hath He enlightened thy mind with the knowledge of truth? Communicated to the ignorant for their instruction. Communicated to the wise for their own improvement. I found my documents, and I failed to put them on the 8.5 by 14. So I'm redoing them and sending the 8.5 by 14 to the court, our court, which is you, and
which is you.
Yeah, us, which is us.
Okay.
Okay. And to the mayor and the recorder.
To who?
The mayor in Washington, D.C.
Who?
The subject mayor.
Subject mayor.
Yeah.
That's good right
and
there.
The
That's it.
Recorder.
Yeah. It's important that you use the proper terminology, or you'll get confused and think that you're offshore.
Okay. So when I done that, and I recalled that I was supposed to use the 8.5 by 14, what Spirit told me to do, instead of putting the 8.5 by 14 on the public record, since I already did it with the other paper, just send the long form to the 3 that I just mentioned, instead of putting the long form on public record. Would that be appropriate?
Would it, Sovereign?
Say it again.
I'm asking you, would that be appropriate, Sovereign?
I think it would.
I believe it, then I affirm.
Okay.
I affirm.
Gratitude. And I think it was something else. You said lien twice. So is there 2 different types of lien that we're doing?
Well, no. It's the template, the lien template that's on 8.5 by 14 Moorish government letterhead, that all Moors should have access to Moorish government letterhead. And sometimes we suggest that Moors do a restated Universal Commercial Code 1 form, the restated form. That's that 1-page thing, but it has to be restated if they choose to do that.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
All right. Gratitude. I yield.
Islam. And I think you had asked for a meeting afterwards. Today is not a good day for me to meet afterwards. But we can do it another time, that's for sure. Just one moment.
Islam Empress line?
Yes.
Could you unlock the meeting, please? Because I'm going to have to come out and go out and come back in again.
It's unlocked, Empress.
Okay, thank you so much.
Islam. Great rising, Justice Willie.
How are you, sweetheart?
All is well, nobility.
Looking good as usual.
Thank you, nobility.
I can't believe I got in so easy on your program today. The reason why you don't see me a lot of time is not that I don't want to be here, it's that I can't get in. But I saw the advertisement on YouTube and I took a snapshot of it, and I saw it was a breeze today getting in.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah. I got a question. Go ahead, sorry.
How have you been?
I've been well. Still on the path, still fighting the fight, still on the journey.
Islam.
Still in and out of the system. Remember you made a prophecy? You're a dangerous lady, you know, man. You made a prophecy that I'll be in and out of the system, and it's coming true like crazy. Oh my gosh! But it's all good. It's all good. I'm firm, you know.
Islam.
And I have the Most High on my side. So, anyway, I wanted to ask you a question.
Yes.
About the delarium.
Yes.
Now, it is said that the delarium is backed by gold. Am I correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Now, in my estimation or understanding or overstanding, when something is backed by something, it means that you have. So if I say I have $1,000 gold, it means that when I give you a piece of paper and it says it's backed by gold, I have that $1,000 worth of gold sitting down in like a vault.
Yes.
Can you explain for me? So if you write $1,000, you have $1,000 gold sitting down in somewhere.
Yes.
Am I misunderstanding? How am I to understand the backed by gold?
So there's 3 ways to understand that. The first way is that we all agree that it would be backed by gold, and because we are the people on the land and that we have the title to all land and all natural resources, we just went ahead and backed it by that because we have all of that on the earth. The second way is that we did send some gold to our treasury at Ogden, Utah, on the land, and we stated that we provided to everyone the proof of that being received there, and so they can use that number. It's a certified return receipt number that they can use that proves that we backed the delarium with gold, and it was received and accepted into the treasury. Number 3, again, this Congress has not only written the law on the land, not offshore, but onshore, on the land, about delarium. We produced it here on the land. And so any of the gold, silver, platinum, any of the natural resources, we can back it. We've already backed our delarium by that. So as we produce it, we use it as a gold receipt, a gold money, the same way that anyone would use any other gold backed or commodities backed money.
Okay, awesome. I like the answers you provide, very thorough. So we're not gonna ever reach to the point like the fiat currency where it is backed by nothing. because for each dollarium you'll be putting out there, it will have substance to back it.
Yes. Now, the vaults that our gold is in, again, is still in the earth. And we have no intention of destroying our earth by digging up a whole bunch of gold just to have it. Everyone knows that all the land has gold on it. Oh, everyone knows that. And so we just use that and the title to the land as proof.
That's the next follow-up I wanted to do. The title. You say we have title for the land.
Yes, we do.
Can you break that down for me a little more?
I would ask that you Google moorishe. You can Google moorishe, National Republic, Federal Government, land title, and it will come up in various places. And then we each have titles that we can create at any time.
So is that confined to a particular location, or is it universal? What am I to understand?
It's universal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
awesome.
And I would actually say the answer to that is both. Because individually, we each have an estate that has gold on it. All of us. We all do.
And the title is the allodial, I would assume, not like the fake title, you know, like when you buy a car. You have the original title, and the title is basically like a copy of the real deal, right?
We have the real deal. Yes, we create the real deal. They don't have anything real. We can create. Just one moment. We create. We create titles all the time, allodial titles, and then we stamp and seal and sign them. And you know, we have the authentication piece within us, as well as, you know, the authentication tools to include embossers and, you know, our right red thumbprint and all of that. So we just use real documents and real titles. Now, where property is concerned, we look at the deed, quote unquote, the deed of trust. We look at those, and then we restate them and recreate them. We create them at land, onshore, because the ones that you've been looking at that everyone thought was real, that's offshore stuff, which is not real.
Oh. So like me now, I'm in a struggle with my property issue. And I'm in the process of like going to the court to get them to give me the real allodial title that I claim from the crown.
They don't have it.
No?
No, they don't have it. They will give you the runaround from now until kingdom come.
So how do I go about getting the one from my property where I live?
You must create it.
Okay.
That's why you've never seen one on the record. You've never seen a real allodial title on the record somewhere by some fictitious person acting as county, whatever, or even from anybody claiming that, because it doesn't exist until we create it.
And having created it, what's the next step? Having created it,
then you well, what are you doing? The steps are always the same. Once you've created the law, what you will to do is here, notify all subjects in the office of, okay, and then begin using or sourcing to fulfill the law. That's how you do it.
Okay.
That's the blueprint, the red print for everything that we do. It's the same. Once we put the law out there, or we write the law by affidavit, or we create the title, or however we do that, then we notify. And you have to remember, Justice Willie, that those ones that are giving you the runaround are not real officers. They're not real judges. And if you call them that, they're going to act like that because they're actors.
Correct.
So they should always be referred to as subjects.
Okay.
You can say subject in the office of officer. You can say subject in the office of justice, but just knowing that you are the real justice and you're the real officers and you're the real office holder and owner and all of that. They work for you.
Okay. And you don't feel that's a little bit offensive to them?
No. What's offensive to them is when a sovereign gives them authority with no tools and no right to do it.
Okay.
That's offensive to them. They get mad when Moors call them officer and stuff, and that's why they respond so harshly sometimes.
Okay. Interesting.
They get mad. Yeah. They get mad. They get angry because what's really being stated is that their creator doesn't know who they are.
Interesting.
They hate that.
Oh.
Yeah. They hate it.
You got to put them in their place and remind yourself what your place is as well.
Yes. Because guess what? They can't even put themselves in their proper place. See, they have an inheritance. It's a spiritual inheritance of stating that they are under our authority. That is an inheritance for them. Otherwise, they're dead and they stay dead, and they don't like that. And when you call them judge and justice and officer and all of that, they get really pissed. They may not, some of them look like that right away, but they may not act like it at first, but they're going to get you. They will get you for that. It's a no. It breaks all laws. It breaks natural law. It breaks spiritual law. It breaks the law of hierarchies and everything. Yeah. And they don't like to see their creator breaking the law, because where does that leave them? Where does that leave them? Doesn't leave them anywhere. In hell, actually. So, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, sis. Good to hear you and talk with you again.
You're welcome, and I'm just so grateful to hear your voice as well, to know that
Thank you very much. I'll be here more often, I promise.
Yes, indeed. We would love to have you. Thank you.
Thank you, too. Bye.
There was an empress that asked a question. The empress that sent me the inbox about directly contacting her, I put my information in the chat for you, so that we have each other's information. Okay. And feel free to call me when it's convenient for you, Empress. The Empress that inboxed me. So, with that being stated, Islam is.
Yes, Islam. Good night, everyone. I think I tuned in about 30 minutes ago, but I just had to. I was looking online for a case file, and I ran up on. I saw the information about why Moors have diplomatic status, and there was something else in the search page, and it was kind of hard to look at, but it was this is what it said. It said the vast estate. There's a law group out of Sacramento, and I was really looking for it in one of my notebooks. I couldn't find it really fast, but I was just letting you know that they were actually talking about the Moorishe temple, the one that Noble Drew Ali did with the numbers, the correct numbers and all that, 5905, all that. And it just appears that when I clicked on the website to see more, it was one of those law websites or one of those legal websites where you had to go through a lot of hoops to see the actual, case. And I just had to mention that because I was, kind of upset by it. And I was saying to myself, oh, is that why I'm seeing a lot of these commercials on TV with the insurance this and your car insurance that and pet insurance and all that other stuff? Because I just thought they were just coming with some more, some more things to bamboozle people with. But I didn't think that was possible. But I just want to let you know because I really do think that, we need to do something about that. That's it, and so, it was just, I was just thinking that, because see, previously when I had spoken about a car and I spoke about, I had spoken about a car and a bank account previously, and I thought it would work with putting some of the information from the general civil orders or, just some of the direct points that corporations have to abide by per general civil orders. Of course, the Constitution and treaty law, but, that was just the third thing I had to say about that. The case file and the laws about the governmente, that was just really, that's not right,
Well, what we say about things like that is that a lot of times things like those types of cases and things are put up there. And do you mind if I mute your line because it's a little bit loud in your background, if you don't mind? If you see something and something says to you that's not right, then craft an affidavit and send it. Craft an affidavit and send it. Okay, and address it in the way that you're understanding. In the way that you understand how to do that. A lot of times that stuff is there to distract you from what you should be doing. During to save yourself. But then sometimes if the Spirit says say something, then send an affidavit. If it's bothering you, you should address it because that's what government is when there are things that are going on that are not appropriate on the land, we speak about it. We put it in its proper place. If it's an offshore thing that's not supposed to be right, then lien, levy, bond, put it on shore, on land, at the land. Bring it to Atlandia.
All right, thank you so much.
Islam. Are there any other questions, comments, wisdom?
Islam,
Empress.
I just want to make sure I didn't understand you. Because I know that, or confuse myself, because I know I mentioned to you earlier, I want to speak to you, and I wasn't sure if that was for me or if it was someone else. Your mobile number?
It was for someone who inboxed me.
Okay.
And I guess she inboxed me because she didn't want to put it on the thing, but so I won't state her holy appellation.
Okay.
But Empress is for you too.
Okay. Yes, Mom.
And anyone, any of the Moors that will, we've always made ourselves available because you all make yourselves available, and so, yeah. By being here, you're making yourselves available to your nation and to yourself and to us and to each other. We are at trust with each other, all of us. So we don't mind making ourselves available.
Yes, Mom. Appreciate it.
We're all, and I'll just give you a heads up, everyone. If you call and you have a bunch of questions, I'm just going to say, what does your spirit say? That's going to be the first one, and then I'll offer some suggestions, and your spirit is going to make the decision anyway, because you're spouse.
Empress Light, I am with you on that one, because as a matter of fact, it's a preference of mine, because I want to hear from them. They're directing me, and I want to see them in operation. So if I even inquire of you, it would be something very, very small, because I don't want that much of an interaction, because to me that interferes with what they're directing me with, and that's the miracle.
Yes.
That's the miracle. So I don't want to miss the miracle.
Yes. Yes, and so we're here mainly so that we can hear what miracle happened.
Exactly. And I will be so excited to share that miracle.
Yes, indeed, Empress Islam.
Islam.
So, again, we're not opposed to questions. We're not opposed to that at all. That's what Congress is for. Because even according to the Constitution, the Congress is the only place that we can be questioned anyway. But we state that we because we are at trust with one another, all of us, we just talk amongst and question and ask each other questions and assist one another, and that's how we've all been able to do what the mighty miracles that we've done. A name change in judicial proclamation is a miracle, because guess what? You're not black. You're not Negro or colored or African American, which has no land, no inheritance. Islam.
As a matter of fact, it's not even really that I have a question. I just want to make sure somebody is aware.
Yes.
So that's really all I want.
Yeah.
And so I don't even know if I really even need to call you. That maybe I can just text you and say, this is what's going on. Here is my information, blah, blah, blah. It's just to make sure somebody else knows.
Yeah. Islam.
Yeah, Islam.
Indeed, Empress. I'll just be calling them, hey, how you doing? It's all well? All is well? Good. I know it's well. Even that question is answered. I know it's well. Just how well today? That's all. So, and that's with that goes for all of us, that's what we do. We just speak to one another, and then, keeping each other encouraged and inspired, which is not even, that comes from within too, So it's all good. Oh, October 16th, 17th, and 18th. Does anyone know what that is?
Probably full moon, probably.
Yes! So October 16th, 17th, and 18th, thank you, Empress Justice Amora, is our full moon fast. This time, for me, it's going to be a feast, because I've not done that one yet. So it's going to be a 3-day feast for some and a 3-day fast for others. But the feasting is going to be on a particular type of food, probably. I haven't decided fully yet what that's going to look like, because I've not done it before. But we have our 3-day fast on those days. So the 16th, 17th, and 18th is the full moon is on the 17th. And we're so excited about that, because we know that energy works with our bodies. And if there is anything that you will to accomplish, use that energy and that time to send off your writings, your affidavits, your commands, put forth loved ones so that in the spirit realm, so that they can be, so that they will wake up, because that's important right now. That's really important. And again, please remember the prophecy that we stated at the beginning of Congress. And I'll state that in conclusion of this Congress, if there be nothing further from the Congress.
Islam, yes. October 9th, are you aware and familiar with what that day presents?
Not right offhand.
Oh, well, I would like to drop a link, YouTube, in the chat, because, Nate, do you have it on your phone? The link to the YouTube video that we researched, remember? Talking about October 9th and the significance of the white horse and the planets aligning and the they lining up to show the all of the star bodies
in a straight line.
Yes, and but not necessarily in a straight line. Yeah, next to each other. But right next to each other, and but the moon's going to be right at the crest where the arc is for the for one of the planetary star alignments.
Really?
Yeah, on October 9th. It was a whole long video.
Yeah, drop the link, please, so we can engage in that.
You put it in the chat, Telegram. Hand me my phone, please.
And while they're looking that up, our full moon fast this time is in preparation for, and it's really already happened. It's already done. The spiritual veil between the spirit realm and the earth realm, that veil on October 31st, because that's what October 31st was all about anyway, is hallowed wing. Hallowed wing. Hallowed wing is, when you hallow, that means it's holy. Hallow and holy are the same word. Holy wing, the word wing, there are two etymological significances with that word, the wing. Wing is actually three.
Wing.
First, it's win, like the win, like you won. A holy win, that's the first one. The second one is wean, as in no more babies, no more bottles, majority, adults.
No, that's
full-fledged fathers.
Right. No
And then, and go ahead, Empress Shasha.
Oh, I didn't realize. I'm so sorry. I'm talking along with you. I thought I was muted because that one, the weaning from breastfeeding and all of those things. So I didn't even realize I was on. So my apologies. But that was it. So I'm going to mute myself. I yield.
Islam, I put it in the chat.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, before I mute myself, Empress Angel, could you email me that link, please, because I'm on the phone, so I'm not getting chat links. Thank you so much. I'm
No
on
worries.
now. Thank you.
Yes, it refers to the wonders in heaven, prove the Bible 2024, rapture and judgment, but it's not necessarily that. He goes, the subject did a very, very good job expressing and explaining the references and everything and what the energy is bringing with the alignments, because it's like he was talking about the Biblios, but bringing in the astronomy and astrology with it, and that's not modern day Christianese. So because I'm like, I never learned what he's speaking about in the old church that I used to go to. So so it was very refreshing to hear him refer to the Biblios, but then bring it back to the constellations, because that's the word I was missing earlier, the constellations. And he even talked about the difference between the calendars, right? And when I was like listening to that, I was like, because we had already restated the proper calendar for our jurisdiction. And he's like, and he even mentioned how the Gregorian calendar doesn't even mention the proper alignments, but the moon calendar does. And I'm just like, Islam.
They know our science. I'm even hearing modern European minister, subjects in the office of minister, talk about our calendar and all of that. So everything is, there's no conflict on the land. There's no conflict on the land. Everybody's saying the same thing. So is there anything else, Empress Shasha? I think you were gonna. You had something.
Okay, well, I'm still I hadn't muted, and I'm still here, and I'm just going to, if I may, something else that has been bouncing around in my head, the whole Congress actually, and as you go back to weaning, and so I'm going to go back to name. I was listening to a let me see. I hope I get this appellation. C. Freeman L. lecture, and he was talking about name and nature. Name is nature, which is nativity, which is, and so which it goes back, and to name is to give birth to something. To your mother gives birth, or you're born from your mother, and she names you, and her nature determines your nativity, your nationality. And so that brings us back to this whole, jurisdiction, of course, onshore, offshore, the contracts being, what was it you said, legated in, offshore or onshore, and all of those things. It goes back to who named or who sounded, is it, which determines whether it's a homonym or your appellation, because when you're awake, your nature.
Yes.
So if your mother did not give you that appellation and some other thing is trying, that it's not your nature. And that you ensure that does not stick on you, because again, it's a paper overlay. No matter how three-dimensional or 3D it is, it's still only a paper overlay.
Yep, even if they spell it exactly the same, even if it looks the same on paper, if the paper was created by frauds, it's fraud.
It's fraud, and in fact, if it was made or formed, because they cannot create.
Right. Thank you for that correction. Yes, indeed. Any paper that came in the mail is fraud if you didn't write it and produce it and originate it and generate it.
And exactly, which brings us right back to generator, operator, destroyer. So we didn't generate it, we operate it, we destroy it, and bring us right back home to God.
Yes, indeed. Indeed.
I yield. Yeah.
Indeed.
I yield.
Justice Keftoum, will you wait for Empress Amora to make her statement?
Okay.
Mind? Islam.
Yes, thank you for that.
Islam.
It's interesting that the full moon, the pre, the actual, and the post falls on my solar return in that alignment. My solar return is on the 17th, so I know I'm going to have to do some serious work.
That means abundance and peace and all of that is right with you. Wow, that's amazing. Beautiful. Very beautiful.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Empress Shasha mentioned name. And I thought of the word namaste when the name is created by us. It is namaste, peace, Islam. Justice Keftoum and then Cynthia.
Okay, thank you.
Islam, Justice Keftoum.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. How are you all? It's good to hear from you.
Islam.
It's been a while.
It has.
Last time I spoke with you, I was thinking about the legacy account, how I sent the information back and send me the receipt, and I was trying to get in touch with the them on my computer, and they asked for a phone, that phone number. I didn't have the proper phone, so I didn't do anything from there. I'm waiting to get a proper phone where I can. They asked for a phone where they can contact me. So
they don't need a phone number.
Huh?
They don't need a phone number.
No, but they want to. The way I was trying to activate the account by the computer, I needed for them to send a message to a phone. Yeah, but I'm wondering, is it possible that you can email me your number so I can talk with you about that?
Sure.
I appreciate that.
Sure.
That's all I wanted to speak on.
Well, Justice Capetoon, do you have access to the chat?
To the chat? No, I'm shooting just a screen. I can't touch it because I don't.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Islam.
Okay. Islam.
Thank you, nobility. Islam. Empress Cynthia. Islam, great Empress. Islam, great Empress.
Happy Earth Day to Empress Ravana. I think isn't she a Libra also?
She is.
Yes.
October the 2nd is Empress Ravana's solar return. Solar return.
Well, happy solar return. That's all I need to say.
Thank you. Really, Empress Cynthia, thank you so much. Thank you. It took, sometimes you say things and you wonder if people remember them. Thank you for that. Indeed.
I say happy solar return as well.
Thank you for that's my Empress Ravana. She's October the 2nd.
And happy born day to the mother who bore Ravana, Islam.
That's August 3rd.
No. For the point of mothers bore the heir, so yes. The mother should be celebrated just as much as the heir.
In truth, Islam. Indeed.
Islam.
Indeed.
Islam.
Islam, Empress.
I have one final question.
Yes, Islam.
So here's the question. I may be approaching my first court case.
Islam.
So my question is there a time frame of days between when you send the notification and when the actual court date?
So it is whatever you say that it is. And then if you will let us know when you're going to be holding court, because you're the judge, we will attend. As many of us as can attend, we'll attend.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm going to do. And so then notification to you all then, would I send that directly to you? Well, I think I'm about to answer my own question because I have some of the emails and I could probably just go ahead and send it out. Is that the process?
You send it you notify those that you are calling into your court. And then what we were doing in the past is any Moors that had court actions, they would just put the information in the chat and everybody would attend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Happy solar return, Noble Byron. He said his is on the 7th, which is tomorrow. Islam. Happy solar return. Happy early solar return.
Happy solar return.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. Islam. Moors, our driver's licenses are at land. That's why I was able to go and come unencumbered. Just remember that. You have the authority to create your own, have it look very similar to the one you had previously, except make sure that our flag is in the upper right corner, so that the 1 star will be in the upper right corner, and that the banner is next to that, backwards, not backwards, forwards, where the stars are to the right and not to the left, and so on and so forth. So with that being stated, we will adjourn at this time, but I will to state the prophecy once more. Wealth come to the roaring Islam nobility.
This is Pharaoh Scribe Hill.
Great rising, Pharaoh.
And last week I was trying to get in and I couldn't get into you.
Really?
But peace and love now.
Great rising.
I've been still working on the project in Nigeria, and this week we're supposed to be transacting some gold into the banks in Nigeria to use as collateral.
Islam.
And I guess
have you stated to them how much have you matched the amount of gold that you have custody of in essence with a certain amount of dollarium?
Not as of yet, 'cause I didn't think that we had gotten to that step yet, and I don't know exactly. The ancestors haven't shared with me, the next step. The most important thing so far that the ancestors been having me push has been getting the gold into the bank and starting to have them understand that they're going to have to create their own money to really be independent.
Yes, and they will have to be their own bank. And they can deposit that over there or they can send it here and we will bank it for them. But it is our preference that they keep their own gold and bank their own gold because we banked ours over here.
I understand.
Okay, now, and what they could do also is send the gold to Ogden, Utah, to the treasury at Ogden, Utah. And it has to be done a certain way. It has to be according to our government mailing process, which we are happy to assist them with that.
Great.
And it will go in, it will be held there for their nation. And that way we can all use the same money. We can use their money, they can use dollarium.
That's the plan. That's how I'm presenting it. And also we also have maybe 8 or 9 or 10 or 12 other kings that's going to follow suit.
Okay.
So and also I'm invited there in December. They're having something that all the kings will be in one place, and they invited me there. And what I wanted to present was the peace treaty, the termination of contracts, and the 6 documents.
Okay, that's going to be important, nobility. If you will, Noble Pharaoh, if you will check your messages on your phone.
Thank you.
Islam. So that way we can connect nobility.
Yes. And I was wondering, because this would be better for the whole empire. I was wondering if we could maybe set up a conference with the king before December. So maybe we might want to send a congregation instead of just myself. Or I am very, very comfortable in just going myself. I'm very comfortable.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about it. Did you get the text?
Let me get out of here.
Islam.
No, I didn't get it.
Okay.
I'm not getting it.
Okay. So then,
my phone is not connected. I'm using one of those apps, talk apps, and it might not go to my voice. Might not go to my message.
Okay. Well, I have your number. I'll give you a call over the next few days.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Okay. I'll be looking forward to that.
Islam. Justice Malik.
Islam, Empress.
Great, right? Great, Justice Malik. How are you?
I'm doing better.
Yeah.
I just have a question regarding our Dolarium and the new quantum financial system. I was just wondering, how does that system recognize, or how does our Dolarium align with that system without actually having physical serial numbers on the units?
Which system are you? What system are you referring to?
In that quantum financial system that they say that. Yes.
So all of Dolarium has they do have serial numbers on them. They have receipt numbers on them. Are you aware of that?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay.
So that would we okay. So we do put our own receipt numbers on there.
Yes. And that number will tell you where the Dolarium came from, which heir, which estate it came from, and that will assist in identifying that it is truth.
Okay.
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 I remember us going over the serial number process at one time, but it's been a minute. I just have to do a refresher on that.
Islam. All right. If there be Islam.
So next Sunday we're meeting again. So we're going to be the Sunday regular rotations.
Why don't we make that a standing meeting every Sunday until we say otherwise? We'll just have it every Sunday.
All right.
At the same time.
Islam. I affirm Islam.
Nathaniel Justice affirms not pro-tunc Islam.
I affirm.
Islam.
I agree. I affirm.
Islam. I affirm.
Affirms Islam.
I affirm.
I affirm as well.
Islam, English.
Islam, I affirm.
Thank you, Islam.
Islam, Empress. What's the name of that video that y'all was just speaking
Islam. How everyone doing? Can I introduce myself before everyone goes?
Sure, absolutely, nobility.
How everybody doing? I've been catching the meetings late, this is my first live meeting, but I would like to introduce myself. My name is Michael. I'm from Louisiana, part of the Ouachita Nation. I corrected my status some years ago as a state national, but I found out about my mom told me about the Moors years ago, but she just didn't believe it. And you know, it was just like a lady named Miss Vernice Ghostin. She was a Moor. She was a part of the Ouachita, the Honda, the Mound Nation. And so I started doing our history, and I found you guys, and I just wanted to. I've been feeling the energy, and I've been watching the 5, 6, 7. And I've been on this call all night, so I just wanted to make sure that I can get out and let me turn on my camera so I can make sure that everybody see me, because I'm not ashamed to show my face.
Great rising, nobility.
I'm not ashamed to show my face, but I am part of the Ouachita Nation out here in Louisiana, and I'm out here making a change. And I am very confident that all the things that we're doing is going to continue to grow. And I'm grateful for everyone in their fight for what's right. And for years I have I do a lot of legal work. So for years I have been wondering how things have been working. So I found out about all the securities that they create, all of the fraudulent documents. And so it's just a beautiful thing for everyone to be come to consciousness. In my mind, my ancestors have been walking with me, man. I'm talking about people that I don't know have been telling me, guiding me for years, and I didn't understand until I got older, and started embracing who I am, and embracing my energies and my powers, my mental capacities of all the it's just a beautiful thing. And just to find you guys, I'm grateful, and I just hope I can be embraced. I left my information in the chat because I really want to like I said, I corrected my status. I'm already a national, but I am an indigenous aboriginal of this land. I was never a slave. My people are Henrys. Henrys mean Ouachita. That's part of the ancestral aboriginal tribes of this land. And so I'm just here to let everyone know that we are back, and I'm gonna stand on it until the day I stop breathing. So I'm always, because I'm never gonna die. I'm only gonna stop breathing, and I will be back if I haven't finished my journey. So
thank you
for being here. I just
for
want to say thank you guys
here.
for allowing me to even speak tonight. I'm back every Sunday. Like I said, I wanted to make sure that I get my paperwork. I've been trying to get my paperwork right. I have been reaching out. I had sent messages on YouTube, but I never gotten the message back. So I wanted to make sure I saw that. Yeah. So I wish that someone would help me because like I said, I have a corporate family estate trust claiming back everything on the land and soil. And there's just so much that I have been doing myself without the assistance of just people of my heritage and my beliefs, because everyone feels as if they can just tell me I came from a slave, and I didn't. I know I didn't, so I don't know. This was my land before y'all got here, so I don't know where y'all come from saying that, but so I just want to let everyone know that my ancestors walk with me, and I let them guide me, and I'm grateful. And in my mindset on September 23rd, 2017. In the Bible, it says that a time would come when everyone would die, and she would be bearing the sun on her back, the moon at her feet, bearing a child with a crown adjoining with 12 stars. So on that day, the constellation Venus had the sun on her back, the moon at her feet, and she had Jupiter inside her. And Jupiter came out with Leo and Mars, Saturn, and Venus on top, adjoined. And I think that's the day that everyone began to see that we have been deceived. And if you don't want to see it, that's fine, but it's up to you, if you know it, to do your part to make a difference.
Islam. Thank you for that, nobility. First, we're honored that you're here. That's the first thing we have to say. That we're so happy that you're here, and we know that everyone did not die on that day because we don't die. So there was a little bit of, they didn't really know what they was talking about when they said that. But you know that already. So I'll say that
when they say die, I meant to say they died mentally, not physically. We never die physically. We die. The veil has been lifted, so every light can shine. Because I was watching the Lord of the Rings the other day, and the gentleman said something on there. He said,
You're fading.
Dark will.
Go ahead, Nobility.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. In the movie, he said that darkness will flee in the presence of light, and we must let our light shine.
Indeed, Nobility. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. And we just appreciate your energy first and foremost. You have great energy, excellent energy, and we're just with regard to your documentation. Just know that you're not doing anything wrong with your documentation. I don't have to see it to know that, but also just continue studying and let your spirit direct you with your documentation, because that's actually where the greatness happens, is when we allow our spirit from within us. Because see, people can sit you down and teach you, and then you regurgitate those things, but that won't really bring out who you really are, So we're glad that you're here, and we hope that you continue to let the Spirit lead you regarding your paperwork, your documentation.
Well, no, like I have studied for a long time. I studied for a long time, so I understand a lot. I understand securities. I understand banking. I understand, man. If I tell you, I have almost so many thousands of hours of studies. This is my life, and it's because I know that it's time for us to reclaim what was taken from not only me and everyone else, but my ancestors. Man, I have an aunt that worked so hard in life until she's in the hospital with dementia. She don't even know her name, and that hurts me, because we don't have to work that hard. We can sign a piece of paper and endorse it properly, and they will have to make everything happen, because we are everything. So I understand everything. I'm just ready to make sure that I be a part of whatever I can do to bring the community and my people back together. Because without unity and organization, we're still going to be disenfranchised, and we can't allow that to continue to happen.
Well, it's all up to us. It's all up to us, and we've taken the steps, and you've taken the steps as well to ensure that our future is what it should be and what we all see for ourselves. So we appreciate your presence here, Nobility, and we would also ask regarding your paperwork that you would go back and look at, because we have quite a few videos on how we got to where we are right now. You're not behind on anything. Just know that, because your study is what you make it. It's what it is for you, because it depends on what you're trying to demonstrate. Okay.
I've viewed over 20 of your videos. I've been going through your videos. I was. Oh yes, ma'am. I watched the postal video when you were showing the difference. I've been watching the 30, 60, 90 prosperity. I'm on your trail now. I just caught up with you now. I've been on your trail.
Well, thank you, Nobility. It's really, then you know that.
Look, you can believe one thing.
100%. That we're 100% in tune with everybody manifesting according to their will, and we all do that together. So we appreciate your energy. Thank you for being here. And
I want to add one more thing. Today, I had a very my son. He had moved in with me. He's 21, and my son told me today, and he just be around me because I'll be talking to a lot of important people about legal things. Because, like I said, I'm an attorney in fact, and so people be looking for me for different little things doing in their de facto system. And so I was explaining, and my son told me today, he said, I want to be just like you, Dad. I want to learn everything that you learn. He said, when I get paid, I'm going to buy me a computer. I'm going to clean out the other side of this house, and I'm going to set up me an office, and I'm just going to be reading and studying because you're not going to be the only one.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That's amazing, beautiful. That's awesome. Thank you, Justice Michael. We appreciate that. We're looking forward to sharing any information that we can share, and we also look forward to hearing information that you have, because we know that this is a two-way street and we all have information for each other. That's why we continue to come together. It's so that we can share information among each other. Islam. Thank you.
As well, when y'all was talking about the onshore and offshore banks today, I really wanted to get in and say something, but I'm like, I haven't even introduced myself, so I don't even want to say anything. So I just stay out of a lot of things. I just be, just sitting back and just listening. But I was like,
Well, feel free, nobility. That's what we're here for. We just commune with one another and let it happen organically. So, Islam. Well,
one more quick thing. Somebody asked and was trying to state is a question of the name of the video, and it's Wonders in Heaven, Pro the Bible, 2024 Rapture and Judgment. But you can get that information when you click the link to the noble who was asking for the name of the video.
Islam. Islam. So let me state the prophecy as we adjourn. The prophecy for each and every one of us, and particularly those who've been doing this work for years now. We've been doing it for 7 years. 7 years. We woke up in 2017 around May of 2017. And for that, we're grateful. The prophecy is that because your works are perfect, you will not see the devastation and chaos. It will not come near you. You have emerged and come out of her, which is the false mother. You will not fall victim to her plagues. You have lifted yourselves above the chaos and war. And that is the prophecy. So we will adjourn and meet again on Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Islam.
Islam. Peace and grand rising.
Islam. Glad to be here. Much better.
Islam.
Love and harmony. Islam.
Islam. And we will adjourn in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 until next Sunday.